I don't give a Dom, you found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
If I am not late, did I really show up?
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
She's under the keyboard, pop finding every crumb.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Safari hat on. Here she comes.
Event planning detective, searching for truth. She's a lot like moss, she'll grow on you. She's just a girl with ADHD, educated in the cornfield, allegedly. Marsh clocking hundreds of messages in the AM. He's probably rolling his eyes, but y'all pray for him.
Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So bear with me.
In my opinion, allegedly. I don't give a damn.
I don't give a Dom. I do. Speaking of I don't give a Dom, did you ever put your story out? I'd like to read it or see it, watch it.
Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. Per usual, I'm late, but today I was actually not planning on being late. I was planning on being on time, but if I'm not late, did I really even show up? When you have to do something and you worry that you're going to have to go to the bathroom a bunch and you just like end up going to the bathroom a bunch. I just had to go potty. And then I was like, I should probably go one more time. And then one more time. And it turned into like 3 more times. And now it's 9:06. So definitely was sitting here at 8:45. So, you're welcome for the word vomit. And thank you for all being here. I don't know why, but I do not believe that someone is going to the bathroom and does not have their cell phone since 2005. Did we even have cell phones that we were taking to the bathroom in 2005? I have questions. But thank you for all being here. Marsh is here too in the background, per usual. And he is so excited about the things we're going to talk about today. I will say today is going to be a little bit dense. Tomorrow will be so much more fun. Tomorrow is something I am super passionate about. We're going to talk about some things that I have been diving into for a while that are just some weird patterns I kept seeing. Today, we're going to talk more about public paperwork and the topics we're going to talk about today. Just to give you a quick overview, we are going to talk about the mortgage documents for Amy and Tyler Twigs. I will also say any personal information like addresses and stuff, we have redacted those just for privacy reasons, even though these are public documents. Mr. Valentine, I know. So we're going to talk about the mortgage. We're going to dive into a little bit the official paperwork for the new LLCs that were filed. And then we are going to talk about the tactical and weapons store that is associated with Jerry Douglas Twigs. And then we are going to end today on Fold AR as well. So thank you for being here, Anastasia. Is it Anastasia or Anastasia? I've heard it both ways. Maybe saying it wrong, but I'm really good at mispronouncing names. And also second guessing myself as soon as I'm about to say them. I could know your name and I will just sit there and be like, okay, is it Brianna or is it Brianna? And then I just keep doing it and then I just won't say it. I'm like, not saying it. Not happening. Okay, cool beans. There's a I feel like it's a Disney movie. What is that? Anastasia and something. It's kind of scary, actually. I know there's like it's in feel like Russia or the Baltics, and I went to go see it on ice. Why don't they do that anymore? That used to be my dream, to be an ice skater. And my mom said no, because my mom owns a dance studio. And I'm very blessed that I was able to grow up dancing. But that also meant I was never allowed to be an ice skater because I was always at the dance studio. Fantasia, maybe. I'm going to actually Google that really quick because I feel like maybe it is with the little bat. No. Anastasia. It is Anastasia. I feel like it's not a popular. Yes, it is just I don't even know if I'm saying it right. I don't like watching it because it's terrifying. I also was really scared of I think the Wizard of Oz because of the monkeys. I don't know why. Monkeys give me weird vibes. I'm like, no, thank you. Not a thing for me. It's a small world. It is oh wait, hold on, where'd that go? My age is showing. It's a small world. What type of dancing did you do? I always ask people that question. A Russian princess. It is actually, I think, and it was very interesting because I'm seeing it's the Russian royal family. I felt like that was right, but I didn't know as a kid. You got a monkey I know, but this is like a cool golden monkey. It's not, flying around trying to be crazy. Those monkeys in the Wizard of Oz, I don't know what it is. My mom loves watching, or when I was growing up, she loved to watch the Wizard of Oz and then the Princess Bride. No. Yeah, the Princess Bride. I liked Princess Diary. My mom liked to watch the Princess Bride. And it freaked me out too, and I watched it all the time. Me too. That's crazy. I actually taught too. My favorite was ballet. I was a ballerina for sure. I loved ballet and tap, anything technical, modern, and lyrical. Speaking of dance, because I just did put this up on the screen and didn't say anything. But I despise his hop. I despise hip hop and jazz, and I feel so bad saying that. My camera's starting to move now. I shouldn't have talked with my hands. My sister is so good at hip hop, and she always was growing up, and it's just not me. I'm too awkward. I could never be cool and smooth. When twerking came out, it was game over. I could not even do hip hop. Like, hip hop for me was not a thing. I cannot even, sway my hips side to side and look normal like that. But I can be an amazing ballerina, not to toot my own horn or anything. But I just was really into the technique, and point was my favorite, being on my toes. I actually kind of liked doing point without the toe pads. So just in the wooden point shoes. But I'm just not. Hip hop was not my thing. I do like all types of music and hip hop music even, but just that type of dancing, I had to be drunk to dance like that. So growing up before I was 21, that wasn't really a thing. I have to not know that I'm doing it to be able to dance like that. Also, I don't drink anymore now that I'm older, so I don't think I could do it. But it's a small world and it's cool to connect on that. Frankenstein is your favorite. That is also terrifying. Wow, you're from Russia and our last royal. It's sad. I really want to go to Russia. I have this dream to take is it Trans-Siberian Railway from Europe all the way to North Korea, actually. And I feel like I can't remember the YouTube group that did that they were on the train the whole time, but I would really like to do that and stop at a few places. There's a few places I would like to be boots on the ground and have a couple interviews with some people, just ask them some questions. And there's some historical places I would really love to go. And then I want to do a crazy road trip through the stands, however you say it. And there's so much I want to see in the Middle East, in Asia. My top places I want to go are so weird. People never believe me, actually. Antarctica is in my top 5, if that tells you anything. And then Antarctica and Afghanistan are actually my 2 top ones. I know that sounds crazy. I also really love Hawaii, though. Okay. So like Hawaii, it's a vibe. I will judge the Hawaii island of your choice if it's Maui. Nothing against Maui. But if you've been to all of them and Maui's your favorite, we got problems. Also, the Big Island, I would live there. Um, but vacationing, unless you're there for like 2 weeks, it's such a long drive from one side of the island to the other. It's just a lot in your travel day, and you have to be very intentional about what you're doing and just have that kind of set up. I did not watch this, but I need to go back. I actually have a notification for Antarctica trips all the time, always sending them to my husband. Does anyone know how expensive it is to go to Antarctica? Oh my gosh, I'm going actually back to Hawaii later this year. My sister is getting married. And she's getting married on Oahu. Super excited about it, but I hope that you're doing well after the floods and the storms. I've been thinking about you guys, and I will be on the north shore of Oahu and Kauai. If you're there, that's my favorite. I love Hanalei and Princeville. I would die there. I actually, if I could never travel in my life again, but I had to like pick a place to go, that would probably be the place. North Shore of Kauai. I love Kauai. Thank you. I I've never spoken to him, but that would be super cool. Oh, cool. That's on the east side, right? I'm saying it wrong, like a mainlander, but that's in between that's over by Crouching Lion, right? That's my favorite hike. You didn't hear that. You did not hear that Crouching Lion was my favorite hike, but it is. It's a really short hike, straight uphill, and it is crazy. Okay, am I right that that's on that side? It's not by Pearl Harbor, right? Or Pearl City. I love that side of the island a lot. I wanted to do the Stairway to Heaven. Sadly, the Stairway to Heaven ended up. Oh, I'm gonna Google that too real quick. Windward side of Oahu. Yeah, I'm saying it wrong. I do mean that area. I'm just technically challenged, obviously. But you're saying windward, born and raised on the windward side. You're no longer on the windward side. I'm confusing myself because the way that that island is set up, I like where you live, I think. I like where you live. I like going over there. I like the breakfast places over there a lot. We always get weird looks when we go over there, but it's okay because the food is where it's at over there. The Hukalau Cafe is, I probably also mispronounced that. Yes, I do. I love Chinaman's hat on that side of the island, sitting there looking at it. My favorite thing to do is to get takeout because you can no longer really sit in there unless that's changed since last January. But you can get takeout from the 51st Dates Cafe, and you can go sit on the beach over on that side, and it's on the side where the sun rises. You can sit on the beach, eat the best loco moco in your life. And it sounds weird if you're not Hawaiian or you're not of Asian descent and you like loco moco. Loco moco is one of my favorite foods now. Saying it right now is making my mouth water. But basically, it's rice and gravy and beef patties and eggs, and it's all mixed together. And it's just the best. You could eat it for breakfast. You could eat it for lunch. You could eat it for dinner. I would eat it for all of them, honestly. There's nothing you cannot eat it for. And it is the best from the Hukilau Cafe or Ted's Bakery up on the North Shore. I love Ted's so much. Ted's is the place to be. And Hawaiian food is the best food I have ever had in my life. And a lot of people make fun of me, but I mess with poi. I mess with poi. You might not like it, but I do. I feel like I could also eat that all the time. Um, I I have never felt more at home anywhere than in Oahu and Kauai. I love both of them. And this last time we actually stayed on the North Shore of Oahu. It was so much better than staying in Waikiki. Waikiki's okay, and I am really blessed to be able to stay there. I am just a country girl, and it was way too much going on for me. So, was not a vibe for me to be around that many people. Also, that's the first place we flew into for our honeymoon, and I am also apologizing to my husband if he's watching this right now, but I definitely cried when we arrived on honeymoon, and it was flash flooding, and there were people everywhere, and it was just not what I expected. Um, it was a blessing in disguise, and it taught me a lot that trip, and it was a lot better once we got out of the high-rise area and all of the touristy things, but I like to pretend like I'm not a tourist when I'm being a tourist. Um, so yeah, our soy sauce is trash compared to a lot of stuff in Hawaii. Oh, wow. You've done the Trans-Siberian Railway? Wow. That is so cool. That is nuts. I do love the rainbows. I honestly could just go around eating new food all day in Hawaii and shave ice with a snow cap. Best thing I've ever had in my life. They also make it with macadamia nut. Macadamia nut ice cream is something I don't know. Maybe I'm boring. I like butter pecan ice cream like a 90-year-old. But um, macadamia nut ice cream in Hawaii is something that I have not really been able to get in the States. And I've looked into getting it shipped here. I think I've gotten it once or twice in California somewhere, but it was like a Hawaiian store. Yeah, that condensed milk is really good. I can't eat added sugar anymore though. So it's been a little bit sad when I go because I'm more limited. But we went to Maui and Oahu this last time, and I feel like there were a lot more no sugar added options, which was really nice on the syrup. And there were some of them that were like organically made. I'm not using my words right. So it just was real nice. All right. Listen, I should do a whole show on travel. One of my favorite things to do, you can tell I'm a nerd, Google Maps. I like to get on Google Maps and Google Flights, not Google Maps on my cell phone. That app is not on my cell phone. So don't if you ever need to send me an address, send it on Apple Maps or don't send it to me at all. Just text it to me. I'll click on it and I'll go to it. I hate opening Google Maps so much. Honestly, I will say to answer this, how much is a gallon of OJ? I it I feel like Hawaii is actually for food. If you are not buying processed food and you are going to the farmers markets and everything else, I actually feel like it's super similar in price to the food in Indiana. I actually in Maui even, we were at a normal grocery store and if you're buying meat, fruits and veggies or you're going to the farmers market, I feel like you save a lot of money. Um, but if you're buying things that have to be shipped in, you're going to pay the price for that. Or if you're buying like a touristy thing, you're going to pay the price for that. But the Big Island, when we went 2 years ago, 2 years ago, we went to a farmer's market and we had 6 of us and we spent less than $100 and had enough of everything except meat for the entire time we were there. So it was nice. We supported local people. Hey Theo, I just had FOMO for a second and thought Theo Vaughn was in the chat and I was about to literally die. So, but I love this Theo just as much. So, yes, the Hoosiers are here. Wait, we 3 Hoosiers. There's another Hoosier in the chat. That's crazy. I have a love-hate relationship with Indiana. I do. It's just, it's nice. It's nice. It is nice. I'm a squirrel. But I will have to show you guys how I look for flights sometimes. I could probably, if someone quizzed me in the chat right now, you and me, we're squirrels. If you guys quizzed me on how much a plane ticket was, I could tell you probably how much it is from Indiana to wherever it's at because I've spent a lot of time on Google Flights. Not so much with all of the research with Charlie Kirk and everything, but I've spent hours on Google Flights and then also hours building cars on car websites. I don't know why. I just have. I could tell you a car by the make and model, by the headlights, weirdly. I don't know. When I'm bored, I just like to do something. Oh, we're all Hoosiers. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Small world, small world. Okay. So I'm going to get into it. We're going to go over the mortgage documents. So much fun, guys. So much fun. Adult things. You probably will not believe me that I have my own mortgage and bought a home because I have never felt so inadequate with my knowledge when I was looking at public documents in my life. So it has been a lot. Hey, Joel. Hey, Whitney. I really like squirrels. I have a squirrel surprise coming up actually in a little bit. I thought you might know that. So that's why I was being, I didn't know if you were someone else that I knew because I really like squirrels. So I kind of act like a squirrel sometimes, but like a cool squirrel. And this is so funny. I actually do also eat snacks in bed. So every time Barron says that, wait, why am I in trouble? What did I do? Wait, what did I do? See? See? I feel like no snack is better than a bed snack. And Barron, if you see this, I hope one day you get to enjoy a snack in your bed because there is nothing. Well, I wish we didn't have a TV in our room. I would like to remove it, but you lay down after a long day, you get ready for bed, you put a little face mask on, you have Baron Coleman on, and you are sitting there eating elote corn dip. And you are just sitting there eating one of your favorite snacks, a bowl of ice cream, who knows what it is. And you are just in the most comfortable place. Nothing can bug you. And that's how the world works. Hey, Tree. I want some meatloaf. So if you could come bring some up to me, that would be great. That would be wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. I have thought about getting an IQ test, but I don't really think your IQ is like a relevant. It's weird. I don't even know how you can actually measure an IQ, and when I read about it, it makes me feel weird. I am honored that you think this. I like to pretend I'm in the high IQ club, but sometimes I don't sound like I am. So, but I do like to think and sometimes go a little bit crazy with thinking. All right. So I could keep rambling 25/7, but I am going to make sure that my screen is shared. I see a lot of people in here. So thank you for coming. I need to stop saying I saw if you're the one that put the comment on if you're the one that put the comment that said stop saying I'm sorry that I say so much. You can either have silence or you can hear my brain buffering. So that is no more no more. Also, if you are the person that asked why I have green on here, what other color would you like? I would just like Ian said I don't even notice that he says because that's how my brain buffers. So it's kind of weird. I don't know if the people are ready for me to say this out loud like I do. I don't know. Hey, how are you? Sorry, I just got excited. I saw someone I knew. You have to go back in the office on Monday. Oh, that is so sad. It's going to be okay. I had to drive in for like a whole week recently. I ain't about that life. That's all I have to say. I am not about that life. It'll be over before you know it. And if you only have to go in for a little bit, take some deep breaths, buy an expensive Starbucks coffee, hype yourself up, drink like 2 Red Bulls on the way. Just kidding, unless your doctor says that's okay to drink 2 Red Bulls. That's not medical advice. That's how I would convince myself. And buy yourself a snack. Put on a good podcast, murder podcast, who knows. Listen to Baron Coleman. Put on a funny video. Put on the news. That's something. Call somebody. If it's early in the morning, don't call me. I'm probably not awake. I just said again. I'm gonna really be thinking about this now because I'm supposed to start I said that. They said don't say and I'm supposed to start tallying it. I have not. I don't even have a sticky note or a pen near me. I have drinks all around me. I have like 6 drinks around me right now. There it is again. Whoop, there it is. What is this? What is this, Whitney? Did you take Whitney, did you I was actually watching Baron and Lionel for a little bit. I had to get off. Marsh was really frustrated with me because I was sitting there trying to get in the zone. I am an introvert, so I don't like to do a lot of talking before I hit go live. That's usually why I'm a little bit late. And also, I always am scared I'm going to have to go to the bathroom. Nothing is worse than having to go potty. So when you're in front of people, and I am so dead. Whitney, I feel like he's in the bathroom and you took his phone. I don't even. Somebody mentioned your butt on his. I'm gonna have to go. The only bro. I listen. I do say bro, bruh, brother a lot. I say brother like Hulk Hogan, but really, it's more. What's his name? Oh, he likes Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's from 1420. Cletus McFarland. I say it like Cletus McFarland. I say, all right, brother. I say it all the time. It's kind of weird because I have to be in the moment. Maybe I'll get more comfortable and start doing it. I do say dude all the time. Dude, bro. I started doing that when I would call people buddy or something. People don't like being your buddy. And then they're like, I'm not your pal, guy. And I'm like, listen, nobody's under arrest. I'm trying to be your friend right now. If you don't want to be my friend, just say it. Then I won't call you bud. My camera is moving and I don't know how to get it to stop. So give me 1 second to get it. Oh, this is embarrassing when it does this. I'm already buying a new camera because this thing does this. So I'm just sitting here rambling and now my camera is moving. And you're going to see all the drinks I have hidden around me. This is a great time. Ben Hogan Twigs may still be possessing my camera with the ventriloquist. This is a great time. I feel like Marsh can somehow adjust my camera and he's doing it to mess with me. Okay. It's good. It's in there. It's solid. And I'm glad that I could help you cackle at my hand. Listen, I'm doing both days. I had to get this boring stuff out of the way. We're going to talk about adult stuff and things, guys. Disgusting. Disgusting. Adult stuff and things. Appropriate adult stuff and things, not inappropriate adult stuff and things. Wow. Marsh, you didn't even get back to her. What is going? I just realized you guys can see this thing I'm holding. It's like I don't even know. My mom, I think, got this for me. Mom, if you see this, thanks for this thing. I'm holding it right now. I don't even. Ow. It just got my hair. Did you guys see that? That is horrible. I've been thinking about doing Fridays and Saturdays. I like a Friday, Saturday, maybe eventually Tuesdays. I don't want to go live just to go live. So that's a problem too. I got a little bit exhausted because we have been doing some deep research and it's really tiring to get it all together. So we're getting ahead of the process of what that looks like, of how I can kind of compile or put it in piles in the format I'm about to pull up. I say about to, and I've been rambling for 29 minutes. Oops. There it is again. I can't stop laughing every time I say now, but the format's really cool and I've been piling it in there. Marsh came up with this new thing. So shout out to him for keeping my squirrelness under. I can. Oh, You're making fun of me. I thought you were talking about your cursor. That's embarrassing. You do get double dom, kind of like a double cheeseburger or something. That sounds really good right now, actually. My favorite cheeseburger place in town, the guy went to prison or something. I'm like, dude, come on. I need your cheeseburgers. And apparently now he's out opening a food truck. So I'm excited for that. I might still go. Not sure. Gonna have to read the court documents on that one. Because that was a little bit interesting. You are my bro. I will start calling you guys bros, but I'm gonna get made fun of the moment I start saying bro. I actually don't really care, but then I feel like I get more mansplained to, and there's nothing with the Marksplain username, so I know that it's like a play on words, like I don't give a damn. But I don't know. When I say bro, it offends some dudes that have like weird insecurity issues. I'm like, listen, soy boys were 10 years ago. Nobody wants soy boys anywhere. And I'm lactose intolerant. So get over it, bro. That felt good to say bro on camera. I don't know why. The birds and the bees. No. On Lionel's chats, we're saying I was in jail. Oh, I thought you were saying I was in jail. No, I'm not in jail. Tomorrow will be quite inappropriate. That is not true. Oh, I'm clicking on it and it's not going on the screen. That is not true, Marsh. That is not. It'll be very appropriate. We're going to do it appropriately, and I am not reading the gross thing on live. But I will show it with the redactions that are needed and post the link on Twitter if people want to go look at it. But Lance Twiggs, if you see this, you are an interesting author, and I cannot believe that you still publish things like that on the internet. So a little bit interesting. You should get a little bit more creative with your usernames and your symbolism, I think. But I would love to have you in the show, Lance, if you're allowed. Double dom, like an Oreo. Like an Oreo. I don't even like cookies. I don't know why I said that. I'm reading all. There's so many chat. How am I supposed to keep up with this? That's why I don't look. Just posted on X. You just posted on X. I have to go look at that. All right. All right. There's a lot going on. I'm going to ignore the chat for a second. I hope that I'm going to get FOMO doing it. But if I don't pull up these documents, we're not going to get through it. And tomorrow's going to be a long day. So I want to keep my voice a little bit. I've already drank a tea. Oh, wow. Well, that's why I saw randomly the number jump and I was like, how did that happen? I was like, did I say a word that got the bots up in here? I was like, what is going on? All right. So thank you for sharing, everyone. Thank you, Marsh, for keeping. We can talk about Dom now. She's looking. She'll never know. I have it pulled up. Dude, I'm watching you, brother. What? Where did that? Ew. I posted to AI. You posted what? Don't post me on there. I don't want. Oh my gosh. I got glasses that are real. I got these bifocals. I can see everything. So I do have bifocals. Okay. I'm discombobulated because I removed or I am looking. I am looking. I know. I don't like to do what I'm told. It's a problem. It is a problem. It is a problem. I actually, at one point in my life, I kind of wanted to be a Fed, but like Tucker Carlson, I like to ask questions, and I would be a really bad Fed. So I did really want to work in a certain field to help people that are going through a really tough time and help rescue people. So I do have a Discord. I'm getting better at it. I'm kind of old. There's a lot going on up in there. It's a good group. It's a good group. I don't like too many people. I don't like too many. I mean, I do. I love all of you that are here. But like when there's too many messages going back and forth, I feel like I can't give you my full attention. And I don't like to do things halfway. Blessing and a curse. But if I feel like I can't pour my affection and attention into you, it's really difficult for me to give you any of that because I feel like I'm doing you a disservice. So I do like to show up for people, and you're not either. I do like to show up for people and just try to be present. And I'm staring at the chat now because Joel's trying to be bad and talk about his hemorrhoids. Brother, I don't know. Go to the doctor. I don't know. Yeah, that would be cool if you could do that. I just feel bad because I can't always scroll back up and see what's going on, and then I feel like I'm missing out and I have FOMO and I can't do everything. I need to my camera just blinked and it's about to move again. So I cannot do everything. It's a that there is. We all came from that. I know I'm about to hide my chat right now. Okay, I'm pausing this one more time. Ben got me again. Ah! Oh no. We're going on an adventure with my camera. Okay, I will just clip all of this rambling out in the video when I finally do this weekend sometime. Allegedly. I'm not a doctor. He says he does. It must be a pain in the butt. Okay. I am now going to pull this up. Okay. So this is a cool board that I have pulled up. And I'm just going to start off with these. I have it backwards how I wanted to plan it. But we're going to start. I will say, before I zoom into these even more, every address on here is redacted. So there is nothing that is not already a public document that I am showing today. These are all publicly available documents. If you get a little bit creative and you have a mortgage and you know where you have to go to look at your taxes and mortgage, you could probably look up a lot of these things yourself, depending on state laws. But today we're going to be talking about Utah for a second, and then we're going to talk about Texas. So it'll get really interesting. I have all of these documents, and I'm going to send a quick chat to Marsh real quick. Okay, so hiding the chat forever. Just kidding, until I come back. And I'm going to go through with my notes because I can't remember any of this and I'm not an expert. So there may be some things that I have to correct later, but quite honestly, I'm just going to go through year by year, mortgage document by mortgage document. There's no bank account information. There's no address on here that is something that would be identifying or inappropriate, just so you know. So we're going to get into it. I don't know why I did that like a robot. I am robot. Hear me roar. Okay. That was a lion. I don't know my animals. So Ad Fleet is in the chat. And I just want you to know, Ad Fleet is an artiste, but a fancy one with like glitter and rainbows and butterflies. She is better than Lisa Frank ever was. Okay. And I cannot believe that she made these cute little, I don't even know what you call these. Marsh kept calling them a word. I don't know the word. I don't know a lot of words. But this is a timeline of the mortgage documents that we are Corn Fleet. Thanks for the Corn Fleet. Oh, I thought that was like a word that you were calling it. And I never had a single Lisa Frank item as a child. My mom would not let me have one. I have FOMO about that too. So I look all the time at eBay, but the ones I want are like $200 for a binder. And what am I going to use a binder for as an adult? I have ADHD. I'll like scribble in a note or something, forget it over there. It has to be on the computer. We have a corn cob up in here. It's going to get a little bit husky. It's why I need therapy, because my mom wouldn't let me have Lisa Frank as well. And I love the Lisa Frank conspiracies. It's not even a conspiracy. It is so interesting to watch and hear about the Lisa Frank rise and fall, and it is so sad to hear the peril that that family was in after that, and it's really sad to hear how money changes someone, and it's sad that she lost not only a spouse, but essentially her whole family because of that. I am in presentation mode. Why, Marsh? What did I do wrong? Oh, wait, why is it doing that? That's interesting. It is. I clicked on it like I was going to edit it. I think you don't have it locked. I'm just the professor. I'm not editing it, I promise. See? I don't know what that does, but all right. So, clean your kitchen. Clean your kitchen. I see that as I'm checking what my boss is saying in the comments. I'm just joking. I don't have a boss either. Well, I'm the boss of my husband. Just joking. I listen to what he says. He's like the only person I listen to. You know. But he listens to me more. And I'm just joking. We're a team. We're going to get into it. It's really boring, other than it's kind of weird. So it tells a little bit of the backstory, and we are going to keep going. I need like a tree one for some of the cool stuff that tree does, actually. So what brought me to this is throughout this entire timeline, we have a lot going on with the Twigs mortgage history. And they have a deed of reconveyance that is given to them and recorded in 2022. And then, however, though, it's saying on this one, we're going to go through it one by one, but this is the important one that I posted on X, and I'm actually getting a little bit of ADHD brain farts over here, but Marsh made it so that I can go in order. So thank you, Marsh. Thank you, Marsh. You're seated and paying attention. I hope you have a notebook and notes, but it's okay because it's kind of, stuff that you don't really need to remember unless it's like your mortgage, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. So we're going to start with the first one that is in 2002. I think we put the dots on the wrong. This is okay. I like it. I like it. It's 2002. We have it before 2002 because we are time travelers. Okay? We are time travelers. And hi, Sin Possible. Thank you for coming. All right, so we're going to zoom into this first one. This first one is blurry. I love that for us. But the first document I have here, it's saying that it's for $44,900, and it is due. This one's due on January 1st of 2006, which is really bizarre when you're looking at it because this is a debt that they have right off the bat. So it's a little bit bizarre because as they're first building their home, they have these warranty deeds on here, and this construction company is selling it to Jerry Tyler Twigs and Amy Ruth Twigs. Obviously, that's Lance Twiggs' parents. And this is in St. George, Utah. And it's weird because it's an apartment, from what I understand on this document when I'm going through it. It's not actually the property address that we cover up. So, like, they're living at an apartment at this time, and then they're essentially, from what I understand, buying the land to build the home on, which is a pretty normal process. But I'm going to be honest with you, with how much they have land-wise to pay $44,000, almost $45,000 in 2002. Disgusting. Disgusting. I mean, is it there gold on that dirt? I don't know. There better be. There better be in 2002. There better be. Okay. Then we're going to keep going. And the next one I have here, so there is tinfoil over it where it's not supposed to have stuff that you see. That I don't want to dox anybody on the internet, even though that's not illegal, by the way. I don't want to do that. That's never my goal. This next one is in 2002 too. It's the same day, 1 minute later, and this is actually the purchase of the mortgage, from what I understand, looking at this and reviewing it more. And this one is for $234,400. And it's weird the way that this entire thing is going. Because the maturity on this is for 6 months, and it's weird because the address starts off as a different address and then they switch the address. It could be a clerical error on this document or the property is readdressed, and that does happen from time to time depending on all of the things going on. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Joel, I didn't know you didn't have a brain, bud. That's so sad. So sad. Hemorrhoids and no brain. Wow. I know. I need a trophy for that one. All right. So I'm sad about Joel's brain, everybody. If you could all pray for him. Joel needs to regrow his brain like a lizard regrows his tail, apparently. The next one I'm going to go over is the construction deed. I said this backwards. I should be on the third document. Hold, please. Guys, okay. I'm just going to go over these three. I said this backwards. So we have the warranty deed in 2002 and the trust deed in 2002. One of them is for the land, just under $45,000. The warranty deed is just for the construction company to essentially sell that over, from what I understand. And then the third document is the construction deed of trust. And that is essentially the building mortgage. So the construction deed of trust, so they can build their home. It's the money to actually build the house. And that is at the one that I was mentioning is $234,400. So I'm about to get in the zone and just keep bamming these out so that we can keep going. And then we're going to have a funeral for Joel's brain. I have always wanted a good celebration of life party with like a DJ and like some glitter bombs and stuff so that everyone there has glitter like in their armpits 5 months later. So I hope you guys are ready for it. It's going to be a rave. We're going to have a good time. And the music's going to be so loud that you need earplugs. And this money they used to build the house, and the loan was actually 5 times the purchase of the lot. And the maturity date for that, like I was saying, is 2004. So they had to either finish and refinance or pay it off in 6 months. That's pretty normal for construction loans, even though that's temporary. I'm going to let you know right now, that would stress me out so much. Catch me outside crying about that, because with today's stuff going on, if lumber's behind or anything, that would be so stressful. And then the fourth document I'm going to go over is also in 2003. And this fourth one that I have on here, and I will post these one by one on X with the explanation of what they are, so that you can see them and look at them if you would like. I mean, if you want me to zoom in on each of them, we can do that. But I mean, are any of you really into that? You're like, oh, I want to see that tinfoil up close, brother. Oh, somebody likes the tinfoil. Somebody likes it. Somebody likes it. No, Marsh does not want me to scroll in and read each. But Marsh, why not? Why not? I don't docs. You don't want me to do the docs. You do want me to do the docs, Marsh. Which one? You're saying both. Everyone, is it opposite day in the chat? Oh, you don't want to look at the docs more. I think it would be really cool to have like a little mini petrol. I kind of wanted a sugar glider or something to like put in my pocket to just hold. Bunny, maybe something. Okay, so this is a really great tinfoil covered document, and it is the fourth one. Double checking. Yeah. So this one is the Folk Reconveyance, and this is the original loan getting paid off. And essentially, it's for that same price. The lot loan is done, and the construction loan replaced it. So the loan lasted exactly 1 year. And then we get into some interesting things. I'm going to say I'm going to be as factual as I can about this. And I'm going to be as factual as I can about these documents, but I do want to say they're a little bit weird and I don't want to make any accusations. So I'm going to be as unbiased as I can about what is going on here. I do feel like you can come to your own conclusions about what is going on because I feel like there's only really one explanation for it. Okay. But first one is going to be a notice of a mechanics lien. And this notice of the mechanics lien we have right, it's this one, 2004. Okay. So the notice of the mechanics lien is Jerry Tyler and Amy Ruth owing $1,527.50. And the claimant finished the first labor and or materials on May 14th, 2004 and furnished the last labor materials on May 18th, 2004. So like literally 4 days later. They're going on here. There's a lien filed on the residence by the Utah code. Very boring stuff. But essentially this KB Custom did 4 days of work on the house and Marshall's Construction is the contractor, from what I'm understanding reading this. And then from what I understand, Marshall's didn't pay them. So then KB Custom filed a lien against the Twigs property. So this work was requested by Marshall Construction, not the Twigs, if they had a proper contractor, which I do assume reading this. The Twigs are still at their apartment address at this time, from what I understand. And then they owe that almost $1,600 for the custom work. It's a small claim on a debt, but it's hard to know because I did want to say here, I do know people that have built homes. Sometimes people do have things done that are not included in the mortgage, but the contractor, it's kind of weird. It depends on the agreement you have and everything else. There is no way for us to know what the agreement is. These are just the publicly facing documents that I'm reviewing. So it's a little bit boring, but I did want to note that too. I am not alleging that Jerry Tyler and Amy Ruth Twigs did not pay KB Customs. Somebody didn't pay KB Customs. Do I know who didn't pay KB Customs? No, it could be the Tooth Fairy for all I know. And, there's no way for us to know unless we were there. We knew the agreement. We saw the contract. And, Dave Smith apparently believes in Santa and the Tooth Fairy. So maybe I can believe that they're the ones that are going to pay this mortgage debt. I don't know. Sorry, I was trying to be funny. I've watched that debate so many times. All right. The next one we have on here is another mechanics lien. So this one, it's really weird. This one's like the next month. So it does seem to have a really weird pattern. And it is for Red Rock Waste Services. And this one is for $611.35. Okay. It's also at the request of Marshall's Construction. And the document also weirdly says in one point, let me go to it. It says I'm double checking because in one point it had like a different year on it. Maybe I had that note for a different one. Okay, so this one's in 2004 and it has that debt for $611.35. All right. And it's expiring. It's just weeks after filing. It's also in Hurricane, Utah, that area. So it's a waste hauler for the construction site that didn't get paid under $700. It's a dumpster rental, essentially, from what I'm reading on here. And then Marshall's Construction never paid them. So I am diving a little bit more into Marshall's Construction, seeing who you are, because I have questions. You actually probably can't tell me anything, but if you want to chat, I'll give you my jokes to talk to you. Okay. So moving on. The next one we have is another interesting one. So I want to make sure I'm not skipping it. That's that one. All right, 2 of them. I think I have it backwards. That's okay. The lawsuit. Okay. So this next one, the 7th document, is filed by Robert A. Burton. And he is an attorney for Burton Lumber and Hardware Company in Salt Lake City. And basically, this is against the same type of thing, and it's going to foreclose its mechanics lien. So they actually escalated from a lien to a lawsuit. So they were asking the court to force a sale of the property to collect what they were owed. And that's a pretty serious thing. And essentially, this means that it wasn't getting resolved through the normal channels of how this works. So it's a little bit weird. And I did want to note here, it says on this one, yeah. So the name's kind of oddly split. It's okay. I don't know if maybe that's how Utah is doing their documents at this time, or that's how these people are doing it. It's a little bit weird to me that it doesn't have Jerry Tyler Twigs and Amy Ruth Twigs, and then it's written like that because it's just bizarre. I don't know if maybe I don't know enough about legal law, but I've never really seen it with the full name not written out for both. Because it does say defendants, but it's not. I don't know if it's different with ownership of something like this versus a typical case, because usually you have the full name or the full business listed out there. You can see that with the Jeffrey files, all the U.S. Virgin Islands stuff going on. It's always fully listed. The top boxes on there are really annoying to get past sometimes if you have a lot of shell companies, which some people do. All right. And then, so that's what that's going on. That's the notice of changing it from the lien to a lawsuit. And then what we have going on here is the release of that. It's kind of weird. So they're settling on this next one here in 2005. So they're settling and they got paid or by the Twigs, by the Marshalls, or by a refinance company or some type of combination, because there are different people listed on here. And it's really interesting how it's all looking on here, because I'm like, how does this even happen? Number one, how do you know? How do you not know, or how uninvolved are you in the process if you are not aware of what your person is paying or what type of agreement you have or who's checking on your home? I did also want to note Amy and Tyler Twigs, when their first child was born, lived in Arizona. So the timeline of that also, I feel like predates this house being built, and they're already in an apartment in Utah. So I'm a little bit confused how this even happens. A lot of people I know that build homes, they go, they check on that home. If I was building a house, guys, I would be so annoying. My camera's moving. Ben, are you watching, sir? Just joking. I got it to freeze again. I'm getting good at that. But I would be up in that house every day. I mean, when we bought our house, we had work done before we moved in because every room in our house was an ugly blue, and it was painted like I would have painted it very lazily. No artist painting these walls. There was no sanding done. It was very uneven slop. It was like paint painted over paint over time. Every room was a different shade of blue. We had light blue in one room. We had dark blue and all these different blues. I was like, ugh, get out of here. So we did. And now all of our walls are alpaca gray. All of them. And it's a good color. I think it's Sherwin-Williams. I picked it by the name. But I picked it by the name after going through a bunch of grays, and I was between like 4 of them, and then I saw the name and I really liked alpacas a lot. I would love an alpaca or 2 on my farm. And we bought our house right before we got married. And I really wanted alpacas at our wedding. I was going to rent alpacas, but they would have had to be out at the ditch of the venue. And I was so sad because I just wanted alpacas to this sounds so silly. I pictured, this is my dream wedding. I pictured alpacas greeting all of my guests as you had a glass of champagne walking into my wedding in a barn. So that was my dream. My husband doesn't tell me no. a lot, and he wants all of my dreams to come true. He's the world's best partner. So he said, yeah, we can get some alpacas. But then I didn't want the alpacas in the ditch. You can't put baby in a corner. You can't put alpacas in a ditch, bro. That is so rude to those little cute guys. Who are they going to spit on? Everybody? I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. So yeah, that's the story of how I didn't get alpacas at my wedding. And so we're going to have another wedding. Um Husband, if you're hearing this, I can't wait to have alpacas greet me at our wedding. But actually, I want to elope, just the two of us, in front of like lava or something in Iceland. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe in a stan in Mongolia with some of those eagles. Ooh, that would be cool. That would be cool. Oopsie poopsie homestead. I do not have a farm yet. I have a farm in my heart. I have a farm in my heart. I actually grew up on a farm, but I have a farm in my heart. It sounds like I'm saying fart. I have a farm in my heart. And I also like to travel, so it's hard. My dream is to move somewhere tropical and to be able to snorkel every day. The ocean is my favorite thing in the world. I love snorkeling. I love coral. I love sharks. My dream was to work with sharks for a really long time until I fell in love with the guy from Spanish class. So yeah, Indiana kind of has a bit of my heart, but I can take my husband with me or he can come visit. That's also a thing. He can fly back and forth every week, all week, so that I can be on the beach. Or I could just, you know, retire him early. Who knows? Who knows? So I have a farm in my heart. I do. I said this before. I want camels. I want 2 camels greeting everybody, some alpacas. I really want an ostrich. I love the ostrich farm in Aruba. It changed my life. And I don't know, some other cool stuff and things around there that I just hang out. I wouldn't eat them. Nothing wrong with eating them if you're into that, but I would not be eating them. So I would not be eating them. What is going on in the chat right now? I should not have looked over here. I don't even know what's going on. Arizona. You guys want me to go to Arizona? My husband and I thought about Arizona or Utah when we were getting married, and he ended up getting a job that he loves. So I would never ask him to move unless he wanted to the beach. And so I would love that. Why not surprise my sister with alpacas at her wedding? If this is my sister that's not my sister's name, but if this is my sister and you want me to surprise you with alpacas, your wish is my command. So I was going to surprise you with something boring instead, like a shuttle for people, but that's fine too. Alpacas it is. I don't even know if they have them there. So that's funny. All right. There's an ostrich festival. I need to go to that. Okay. So moving back into these boring documents before we get to talk about the weird tactical store that somebody owns in this story. This one right here is releasing it. The lumber got paid. Somebody paid that lumber. Somebody bought the wood eventually. That wood got paid for. But it should not be that expensive. The only reason wood is expensive as it is today is because people made hemp illegal a long time ago. Because some guy that had tree farms wanted us to use paper from trees instead of hemp. So we got screwed in the big world of hemp being illegal for a long time. Because if you don't know, cannabis sativa is actually, hemp is the same thing as marijuana, essentially. And I had no idea that was a thing. I know a lot about hemp, weirdly, because I know someone who was growing hemp at one time and opening a hemp place and factory. So I've read I have like this whole bookshelf of hemp books, and I read them and I got really into it. I have a hemp custom coat that I ordered from somebody on Etsy. And I wear it. It's not very comfortable, I will say. So I'm a little bit glad that hemp was not all up in our clothing business in that way until it could be soft in 2025, 2026, because that coat is not soft. But hemp is super cool. There's a lot of things you can do with it. And there's a lot of things we can use to make our lives easier and different and not poison us or cut down the things that help create oxygen. But some guy a long time ago was like, I'm a tree hugger farmer and I want to cut all the trees down to make my family rich, and lobbied for it. And this is where we are, guys. So let's change the world and make paper illegal, because who wants to write on paper anymore? And nobody. It's like, what's the point? We have sticky notes. That's also paper. I'm just joking. Marsh is like, start talking about this document. I didn't even click on that. He clicked on that. Okay. So, and he clicked on that. All right. So, yeah, seriously, type some stuff, Undebunked. I agree. I feel like, I will say, it is an art to be able to write on paper, and a lot of things I feel like are intentional. But I mean, hemp makes paper too. There's a lot of products that you can make paper out of that are not from trees as well, or mixed with things, and to just be friendly, more and eco-friendly. Not like fake eco-friendly like Bill Gates, but real eco-friendly, not fake recycling and everything. No one talk. Everybody talk at once. I'm just joking. And all right, so the next one I'm going to go into is in 2004. I already talked about this one, but somebody paid that lumber off, and I don't even think that when I'm going through these, it has the price of lumber, which I found to be really weird that was not on there. So I'm just triple checking on here. Marsh, if you see that in there and I'm missing it, let me know. But I was really curious how much the cost of lumber was up in that time. I always like to know. I don't know. It's weird. Next one, we have moving on. We have another mechanics lien, for what I understand. And this one is about windows. So I don't know if this company just went bankrupt or something like that. If any of you that were already looking into some things want to look that up, and look up in the state of Utah, if Marshall Construction Inc. went in debt, obviously somebody was in debt here. If they went bankrupt or something was going on at this time, that would be great for me to know. Okay. And so for the Windows one that's going on, it's just under $5,000. So I also found that to be interesting, because they do have a lot of windows when you're looking at the outside of this house. And $5,000 for windows. I'm like, did they pay for any of the windows, or was it just 5,000? Okay, I'm saying the wrong number. $4,399.33 is what's going on here with the windows. And they have a lien that was dropped for that. So again, it was one of those same situations. And it's the clearing document showing the distinction between the debtor, Marshall, and the property owner, the Twigs. So this one says that Marshall was the debtor, however. So it's a little bit weird to know, because when you have an agreement like this, depending on how you have it, depending on how you have your mortgage set up and your agreement with your contractor, you essentially owe them certain money at certain points of the project, is how it typically works. And usually you pay in advance or whatever. So it's a little bit weird. Thank you, Kamiko Kilo. That made my whole day. FYI, this is a 2-hour stream. I said nope, no way. How rude. How rude, Marsh. I just hair flipped my hair. The comment covered it up. But that would be great for me to know. Famous words. I'm curious about it. I mean, I'll look it up later, or Marsh, if you write that down. So I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna think of something else. Okay. So then moving on here. Moving on to the next one. I can't sing. Don't know why I just pretended to. I think I'm on the wrong one, because corn. I was over one. Awkward. All right. I want to make sure Henderson had a deed of trust. Home line. Okay. So this one right here is a equity plus a deed of trust. So it's a home equity line of credit in 2006 that's being recorded from what I understand. And the credit limit from what I understood on here too is $100,000. I think that we may have covered that up. That's okay. We don't need to know that. But from what I saw, is it over on this one? $100,000 was like the maximum for this. Oh, they have multiple pages. I forgot that I actually don't know if Marsh went through it. Oh, he did. He's the best ever. Okay. Oops. I'm not trying to edit. I just want to go next to where it says 100 to prove. I'm not going to go next because that's not good. But if you could change it so that it's on that would be great. That would be, yes. Side quest always. I love a good side quest. I love a good side quest. I could play Civilization for hours for those little side quests. I'm like, this is me. I'm like a little stick figure. Okay. So $100,000. It's between that. And then the next one moving on with the same people is between so it's a modification agreement and it's with the same people essentially. And it's a HELOC expansion, HELOC. I don't know if you say that by the letters or you say it as one word. Cool beans. If you don't like it, get over it. Life's hard. But it's a credit limit increase and it goes from $100,000 to $165,000. So that's a $65,000 difference, an increase if you cannot do math like myself. And that is just what's going on there. So it's a line of credit they have on here. And Adfleet's fallen in love in the chat. You heard it here first. I hope that you can afford her because she deserves the best ever. Like yachts for all of her friends and private jets, please. More than certain nonprofits use private jets. We would all love a nice private jet to go to the beach for the weekend and stuff. That would be real cool. And I would love that for myself and you, Fleet, because I'm sure that they also have sparkling water on the plane. Or I'll bring it. And like a charcuterie board or something. We could eat it together. We could eat some salami, guys. Okay. So then the next one we have going on here, this is so boring to get through. So I'm sorry I liked to read them, but talking about them, this is just difficult. It's like I don't even like opening my own mail as an adult. And I'm sitting here reading this. And it's not even like fun, cool, fun stuff. That's fun, cool, fun stuff. All right. And so this next one on here is a little bit just kind of a boring one. So I'm going to zoom in just to double check. But this one, I think I went one over. Hold, please. All right. So in 2009, I was behind in my notes. That's what's going on. All right. So in 2009, on this one right here, we're seeing a refinance of their mortgage through Provident Funding. And it is for $223,000 and it's a 30-year term. So 30-year mortgage, I mean, a lot of people do that, or a 15-year mortgage. Unless you are buying a house now, you might get a 50-year mortgage. Who knows? Don't look into who just invested that was also at a thing in the Hamptons into how much they would make for mortgages and how that would work with the federal government and anything, because he also did that right before COVID, surprisingly, and made a lot of money. And he's kind of infamous with his long novels, like my long side dramas of side quests, but he just really likes to invest in weird things. And now the homeowner market. While we have 50-year mortgages. So let's just pay that interest. Let's just slave away. Why even I don't even need a house. I'll just move somewhere I don't need a house. So that's what's going on here. It's mortgage and boring stuff in Utah. It is to Amy and Tyler, and I'm double checking that I'm saying this right, so I'm sorry I'm going to stutter over this. So this is a confirmation of the number in 2009 for a 30-year fixed mortgage, and it replaced both the old HELOC and whatever there was of the homecoming mortgage. So this is the baseline for understanding the later debt we're about to talk about. And every subsequential refinance was rolling over this obligation or its successor. So this $223,000 in 2009 is on a property of land that they built and bought a home on originally with that original price. Again here. So it's a little bit weird when you think about that because that's 200 and something thousand, right? The first one they owed. So we have that 44,000 and then it's 234,000 and that's in 2003. So it's just weird to think about that number and the difference. So we're going from $234,400 to, I mean, how much even is that? I feel like I should do this math real quick because that's crazy. Someone wants to do it in the chat. To then, I'm lost in my own notes, to 223,000. So wait, did they even 223,000? They paid $10,000 in from 2003. I'm guessing because I can't do math. Most of my math is guessing. My husband's gonna be laughing in the other room. Sometimes I just guess and I'm kind of right. Yeah, to 2009 to $223,000. That's crazy. They were supposed to pay it off June 1st of 2039. They paid that off early though. Apparently. Kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Oh, wow. I see what's going on over there. I'm not going to look. I'm not going to look too long. I'm not going to look just for a second over there. Nobody wants to go to Nebraska, Joel. Nobody. If you're from Nebraska, all we can do is pray for you. All right. And then moving on and going to document 14. Then we have Provident releasing a loan. So essentially, mortgages switch all the time. The document says paid in full, but it was paid in full with another loan. So another mortgage company, and that's a pattern here. So each time we see paid in full in this paper trail that I'm just going over briefly, allegedly briefly. Marsha's like, yeah, brief. You were going to do 2 hours. Until November of 2025, there's a new loan replacing it essentially the same day until 2025. So, and then the next one we have is actually a little bit of a name change, I think. I don't know why I put that, but I'm going to have to go back and re-verify that. But they are going through here. It's a deed of trust. They're doing kind of the same thing with who has custody of it. And same people, shorten the names a little bit and match the names on the new Academy mortgage paperwork, essentially. And it's happening the same day as that trust deed. So it's just housekeeping. It's not a real transfer of the ownership. And then in 2009, I went a little bit fast. Okay. In 2009, this one right here, I think, is another lease pendant. I went too fast. It's okay. We already kind of talked about that one. But this one over here is a different one from the Burton Lumber one, but it's a litigation that drug on for 4 years before being released in May of 2009. And it was filed 2 weeks before the Provident funding closed and refinanced. So essentially, they're having this closed and then they're refinancing. So that's probably to do good for them. Be great, do good things. And it's for those windows. They finally got those paid off, no matter if it was their fault or if it was the other person's fault. I will say that would really suck. And just some of the things that Candace has talked about with the way that people can be very vulnerable in these situations, you really don't know what was happening here. But I could not imagine anything more stressful than going and building a home, because that's an expensive process. Things come up and you're sitting there, and then something like this happens and you're not prepared to pay for that. And you already have a child, you already have multiple children. It's just so much going on. That is just so stressful. I could not imagine. And I actually feel really bad for them if they had no idea that this was going on, because it would be really embarrassing. What do you do? I mean, do you drain your savings to pay for that? Depending on what you have. And then if there's an emergency, your child needs medical care or anything, they're really blessed because they have a father-in-law who's a pediatrician. But I'm just saying some people don't, you know? So building a home is a blessing, but there are a lot of people that can take advantage of you in the process. And all right, so then we're moving on, jumping up, going over. And then on here, this 2012 one is the different name format, just transferring it with the full rights, a little bit weird. And then there's 2 of them in 2012. So it's the same thing where they're just transferring it, and they have essentially, I read the release and then I went back. That's what's going on. Sorry, guys. Bird brain. 2000. I like birds. I like turtles. All right. So then in 2017, what is going on is a whole lot of boring stuff. So basically, what I see from this is you see Jerry Tyler Twigs on here, and you see Amy Ruth Twigs. And I am double checking that I am not saying the wrong name, because we have some weird things going on with the reconveyance and the trust, the trusters. Okay. So in 2017 and 2020, what we have going on is 2017, they're essentially moving it into a trust, from what I understand. And then in 2020, it's a little bit more weird because they're moving it into the family trust that has the beneficiary as Jerry Douglas Twiggs. And it's under the LLC. I would assume it's to Jerry. Okay. I'm making the assumption that it is to Jerry Douglas Twiggs. Jerry Douglas Twiggs is Jerry Tyler Twiggs' father, who is Jerry Twiggs' son. There's a lot of Jerry Twiggs, JT Twiggs. They're all Jerrys. Some are geriatric, but they're all Jerrys. And Jerry Douglas Twiggs is the pediatrician in St. George, Utah. He has the craziest reviews. People love him there. He actually just retired in the fall of last year, around the time this mortgage was paid off. And he seems to have a company registered in Utah that is called Jerry D. Twiggs Family Limited Partnership, which I'm assuming is a trust. I also will say, if you guys are ever going to create a trust, a lot of why you create a trust is to protect you and your family from situations like this. And you should never name your trust something that's like identifiable like this for the public. You can, but when you register a company and when you do this, revocable, irrevocable, all those things, I'm a nerd, so I've been all up and looking at how that works. It's your name, brother. Like, I could go and just search your name and it would be on there. I don't even understand what is going on. So don't do that. You should name it so that you have some autonomy. I can't even say that. To be anonymous. I can't talk, obviously. But it's just not good to have your full name out there like that, especially on a trust. Because I mean, it's weirdly like evading the fact of what you're even doing. I was reading the chat. Autonomy. I said it right that time, did I? Annoying to me. It's your name, brother. It is his name, dude. I don't understand why you do your name. Like, what? What? Autonomy. What is colonoscopy? I don't know what I just said. I don't know what I just said. You guys actually should have heard the word I said last night. Hysterectomy. Bitity. I don't know what that is. I tried to say that little box that you have to click for websites. I'm not going to try to say it to all of you today right now, but the word I said sounded like Pikachu. And it was nothing like a Pikachu. So it's like really weird. It's the word that starts with the C, the little capture box y'all got going on that you have to click on now to prove you're a human because bots are taking over. I wish they would take over things like having to do your taxes and stuff because we still got to do that stuff. I mean, I just wish I could get a check in the mail like people in other countries, you know? It's like, why do I got to do more work for doing more work? Send me a check, bro. Send me a check. Just kidding. I don't like to open my mail. Marsh is like, open this mail and keep going. So then what we have going on is this weird trust stuff. And so basically the one in 2020 is the grandfather releasing his family partnership's lien on the home. So the way I'm understanding this is the revocable trust is deeded with the house and it's used for estate planning. So it's a little bit weird because they're letting the property, their names are on it before, but it can let the property pass to heirs without going through probate. So if anything happened and they wanted to pass the home to someone else and you don't want to go through probate court, it's a good way to do it. Probate court is very horrible. If any of you have been through that, we had a family member pass away. It was very traumatic. And the hoops you have to go through, if even someone has a will and all of that and it is not notarized, is a lot of stuff going on. So, they're doing some weird stuff too. And they have, I mean, it's not really weird, I guess. But essentially how I'm reading this and the way I'm interpreting it is that the grandfather is, so Jerry Tyler's father, so Lance's grandfather, who is the pediatrician, the way I interpret this is they are essentially, there's a few ways, but I'm making the assumption, not making an accusation. Let me be clear about that they are loaning money in what they would get as an inheritance against the house secured. And then 3 years later, he's releasing that lien is how I am interpreting that. Does that mean that that's true? No, I don't know what goes on with their bank accounts. I just read the documents, guys. Like, what? I don't know. Maybe they don't even know what goes on with their bank accounts. You know, sometimes you get locked out of that stuff and you have that CAPTCHA coming at you. You got to click on it. You lock your password out. And there's just a lot of stuff going on. I dropped that real fast. So, hope you're keeping up. Keep up. Take notes. Take notes. Just joking. And I will say one person is wearing two hats in this transaction. Chris Sparks is the notary for the grandfather's signature and the manager of the Rampant Title Insurance Agency who's signing as a successor trustee. So one person is wearing two hats in that notary process. It's not illegal at all. But I just wanted to note that was something I was like, what's going on here? And actually, you could probably see if it's on the same. It's not. I don't think it's on the same date, same time. So, all right. I'm going to double check because that's that one right here. That is February 8th, 2017. Okay, it's same day. So they probably did it together because you got to go pay people, have people do that to be important. I did add some extra syllables. CAPTCHA. It's coming at you. The CAPTCHA. It's coming on the screen, guys. I was flabbergasted and there was just so much going on and I made up a word. So it is just what I had to do because it makes me want to CAPTCHA the screen and bust it open when I have to keep clicking on a box or sometimes it's like blocked and I'm like, let me get what I want. I want to get on this website. I am a human. What do I need to give you? Like a drop of blood or something? I'll give it to you. Just let me get the documents. Let me get through the CAPTCHA thingamabob and let me go ham because if I don't, I'm just going to keep sitting here, locking myself out, freezing my computer, doing all the things. I'll try on my cell phone. If it does it to me too, I'm going to be more annoyed because I'm sitting there on this little screen trying to figure out what's going on. I mean, it's kind of a little screen, not a little screen. I'm like, I need my iPad and I need a new iPad, but I don't use my iPad now because my mouse, my cursor will go all over the place with my I don't know if they updated that, but it's so weird. And it dies so fast because I got it in like 2020. So I need a new one. The Capicocha. Everybody hates the Capicochas. It catches you like a master Pokeball and it gets you. And it's just like, what in the Capicocha is going on right now? It's like, get out of here. Let me get on the website. I pay for the internet, I pay for a computer, pay for the internet. This website's free, allegedly. Stop taking my time. That's how I feel as I sit here taking your time tonight for those of you that trusted it with me. So, Brie, I feel you so much because it is so painful once it gets to a certain point that you cannot sit there and just get what you want. And I'll just sometimes close my laptop and walk away. I'm like, I have to. Marsh heard me before I was getting on here. I was like, why is the Capicocha doing this to me? And it wouldn't let me in there. It's horrible. So, all right. Yes, pick all the squares that include parts of a motorcycle, sweating looking at the one tiny silver of the tire in one square. The bicycle ones do that all the time too. There will be like one part of the freaking wheel out over here in this other box. And now, guys, they started to my camera is possessed by these Capicochas too. My camera is possessed, Ben. I feel it. If you know, you know. It needs to freeze. I feel my Hogwarts letter got me, and now my camera is magic, apparently. But the bicycle one always gets me, and then they have those freaking pipes. I'm not a plumber, bro. I don't even know how to turn, like, if something's flooding, I'm gonna Google that. I don't know how to turn. I think there's a little knob under the thing. But what if it's like $113 motorcycle? Is it a bike? I think they're all considered technically, are they all considered bicycles? Actually, you call them a motorcycle, but it is a bicycle. I don't know what category that's in. I have that problem with sandwiches. Okay. Like, do you consider a wrap a sandwich? That's a question I wonder about sometimes. I have a list about weird topics that I just want to come on here and yap about. Obviously, not mortgages right now because I'm more worried about if you guys think a wrap is a sandwich. Sorry if you want to keep looking at these for a second and not go down this rabbit hole. But, I mean, is a hamburger a sandwich? I don't know. Does it depend on if it has buns? Okay, that's cool. If we're going to get technical, then is a BLT a sandwich? I don't really consider one. Everything freaking falls out of that crap, guys. I mean, you're eating a BLT and you want to say Capicocha real loud like it's the F word or something because you like literally mayo's on your face, your bacon fell out of the thing, the tomato flopped over there. You're like, what is going on? A hot dog. I'm eating a hot dog on a slice of bread. I know somebody who thinks a hot dog is a sandwich. And I had to hold my hat on because it was about to blow away with the thought of that to me because that is freaking nuts that someone thinks a hot dog is a sandwich. I see it in all caps. I don't know how I feel about a hot dog being a sandwich. I don't like hot dogs. That's just me. But if you like them, that's great. I watched a video about them one time and then I didn't eat them forever. I will eat an all beef hot dog. I like bratwurst. I really like the cheddar bratwurst, the ones that are really bad for you on the Yucca app. I know. They're in the yellow package and they're the cheddar brats. They're so good. I really want one right now. If my husband is listening to this, you should get those when you go to the store next because that sounds delicious with corn as it gets warmer. It's meat and bread just like a sandwich, Dom. I don't know. We're going to have a poll. I say what we do. Instead of going out to the polls and voting for the fake and gay stuff, why don't we just start voting on fun stuff? Because it's like, I don't really want to know which side of the same coin's going to win. the election anymore because they're all just kind of fake and playing on the same team to us or pretending. I mean, but they're not really doing anything. How many times has the government been shut down in the past year? How long have they been fixing healthcare? I mean, I have legitimate questions for some of these things that have not been fixed since I was born in the 90s, and it's 2025. Actually, it's 2026. And, accountability is important if we're expected to show up for work. I think maybe the federal government should be expected to show up for work more than 175 days per year. That's a thing. I mean, show up, work. I've never seen people complain so much about having to go to work other than the people that literally ran for the jobs they had, like Ted Cruz. I mean, he is just always like, oh, the other side. Oh, the other side. I'm like, bro, didn't you try to run to be the president? Did you think you weren't going to have to work with the other side? Like, did you think the Democrats were just going to go away? There's really no such thing as a Democrat or a Republican, anyways. You should not identify with that. You should identify with your morals and your values, not what some political leader is saying that you should follow me for, like the Messiah. Like, you should be moderate in your beliefs and think for yourself and hold people accountable. It's just insane to me. Insane. But that's how Jeffrey was allowed to get away with everything. Long story short, at the end of this rabbit hole, I'm really excited to see if hot dog is a sandwich to you guys. Can I vote on that? How do I vote on that, Marsh? I would love to vote on that. My answer is no. Also, this is a dictatorship for me in this stream. So my vote is the final vote. And if any of you think that hot dogs are a sandwich, I veto that because I am the president of this stream. I'm joking. So yeah, I don't think hot dogs are sandwich. You don't know how to use it. I think there's a way to get it up here. Can the moderators do that? Banners, media assets. I'm saying it all out loud. Oh, wait, I can do it. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Look, show. Can you guys vote on that? Type a 1 or a 2 in the. I just zoomed in on that on the screen that is not the screen where I'm doing things. So I got very confused again. I feel discombobulated. There's a QR code. What does that even do? I need to stop clicking. I'm lost. I need Google Flights to take me to a tropical destination. Hospitals don't do healthcare. Go to a foreign country and see how healthcare works. It's really interesting how things can be effective, just like immigration, who are essentially the federal government should have parameters against, not really giving private companies the upper hand or subsidiaries. That is kind of how the Vanguard Party worked in Russia or the USSR. If you look into that, Vanguard is actually what led to Soviet Russia, it being what it is. I like how someone put 12 and 21. And Vanguard, essentially, they had this big argument. I would love to talk about that sometime. But a couple years ago, I went down this hole. Guys, I went down this hole. I go down holes all the time. Sometimes I'm just like digging throughout the day. And it's at the end of the day, I feel like the movie Holes, where I'm sitting there with this shovel and I just have dirt all over me. Not physically, just mentally. And I'm just sitting there digging and my husband comes home and he's like, bro, why are there bajillion holes everywhere? Because I'm like, did you know this about this? And then I'm like, oh, but did you know this about this? And then this about this. And then I just keep going. And I do that to Marsh all the time too. I like the numbers that are going on randomly in here. Who is putting a yes? If you vote a bigger number, does that mean who is doing that? Who is doing the bigger number with the sandwiches? Someone delete this post. I do not want hot dogs to be considered a sandwich, but if the people vote for it, it's what the people vote for. But how much more fun would it be showing up to the polls and you're just like, What's the better mac and cheese, Velveeta or Kraft? I mean, those are things that we should be talking about. What's your favorite sea animal? I mean, do you believe in mermaids? There's a lot of fun votes I would rather vote for than slop. And what, animal I'm supposed to identify as. I'm a human, bro. I don't want to identify as an animal. Nothing wrong with that if you do, I guess. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with that. You do you. Tree, I knew that you had my back, brother. I knew it. All right. So, gotta get back to these documents before Marsh sends me 5 more messages that say, if you don't talk about these documents, you're never going to finish for tomorrow. And then I'm going to yell at you. I'm just joking. I don't think he yells. All right. So, was the previous poll rigged? Type a 1 or 2 in the chat. A 1 for, wait, I'm zoomed in. I can't even see that. A 1 for something and a 2 for something else. I can't see that. That is so tiny. I feel like the emojis with Baron. If you type a 1, you think that the previous poll was rigged. If you type a 2, you think that it was not rigged. How many times can I vote for this? I'm just going to keep putting 1 in the chat. Facts don't care about your feelings. Fleet, if you say hot dogs are a sandwich, okay, Fleet. I'm not going to argue with Fleet, everybody. I will later, but not in front of people. We're buds. I don't do that to my friends. We have adult conversations about things, stuff and things. Some people really, I say we start a movement today. Hot dogs are a sandwich. And that's just our thing. If you guys want to do that, I still probably won't eat a hot dog, but I'll think about it. Maybe if it was like a beef, I'll eat a cheddar bratwurst and pretend it's a hot dog. And everyone else can eat a hot dog. But that's what we're going to do. There's a lot of people here. So thanks for listening to me rant about if hot dogs are a sandwich. Somebody was banned from the hot dog store. Who is that? That's from a movie, isn't it? Do you still hate me? My mom is obsessed. Is a turkey sandwich a sandwich? I don't know. My mom is obsessed with turkey bacon, and bacon is one of my favorite foods growing up. I used to just eat plates of bacon. I still do. My father-in-law actually makes bacon for me a lot, and I'm very grateful for that. If you see this, thank you, father-in-law. Somebody got banned from the hot dog store and gets banned from everything. What in the world? I am so confused. This is why I don't read the chat. Anyways, I don't like turkey bacon. I cannot eat turkey bacon because it tastes so disgusting to me. But my bacon, guys, I like my bacon not burnt at all. I like it like bacon should taste, like a steak, the right way, not raw, but don't make it disgusting and burnt. If I wanted to eat burnt bacon, I would go get some beef jerky or something. I don't even know why I would not. It's just weird to me. It is weird to me. All right. So moving on, now I really want a sourdough BLT. And I would really love that. I really want that right now, actually. All right. Moving on because my boss is yelling at me in the chat. Just kidding. I am going to keep going through these boring notes so we can start talking about the fun stuff and then go down random thoughts of nothingness, nothing sauce. All right. So then in 2021, there is a substitution trustee and reconveyance, and it's with Wells Fargo, and they're releasing the Academy lien. So basically what's going on here is it's being acquired by Wells Fargo, and the other one is closed in January of 2021, releasing that lien. So it's another refinance. And I'm going to zoom into that one, just double check on here. So I did find it really interesting that most of these are all signed when they're being notarized. Okay, this is in Utah. When you go to this one over here, it's notarized in Florida. So, I mean, I don't know if that means that that is just where Wells Fargo is headquartered. I am assuming that maybe that could mean that, because I don't see Amy and Tyler actually on here at all. So that is a possibility. I mean, their name is in the document and everything, but it's a little bit weird to me that Theo, I want that sourdough. That's my favorite because I can't have added sugar. So, I just think it's weird that getting back to this though, sorry. I think it's really bizarre that it is notarized there unless there's a specific reason for that, but maybe that is the normal part of this process. And then moving on. So on November 3rd, 2025, we weirdly have this deed of reconveyance. So again, this one is in 2021, right? And this is the mortgage being transferred. And with that mortgage being transferred, I don't think the actual number was on it. So some of them actually did have those numbers. And Marsh, correct me unless I'm wrong, but after the one that said that 200 and something a while back ago, we did not have one that specifically had the number on there for how much something was paid off or anything. And all right. So on November 3rd, 2020 on November 3rd, 2025, it's signed. I scrolled over on accident. Whoopsies. All right. So on November 3rd, 2025, this deed of reconveyance is signed. On November 4th, 2025, it's recorded. So basically, this means that the mortgage is paid off. There's not another place it's transferred to or anything in the way that I'm understanding this. If it was swapped to a different mortgage or anything like that, it would have another deed or something like that of someone taking over the loan. So it essentially means that it was paid off, is how I am interpreting that. Am I saying that I am married to that 210%? No, maybe some piece of paperwork's wrong. I don't know, but it is really weird if this is showing in November of 2025 and then it's also being released. You know, the other one that I first showed that I'll go back to in a second is showing later in November that they wouldn't have another document on there showing that is just a little bit bizarre. So, that is what's going on there. We have it signed on November 3rd, 2025, and then it's recorded on November 24th, 2025. Essentially, my interpretation is the mortgage is paid off then. That is after September 10th, 2025. Okay. Less than 3 months after September 10th, 2025, we have these people that are having these liens on their home and everything else, whether it is the contractor or anything else, and then having their inheritance and all of that other stuff. So I guess I will say, there's also the possibility that September happened and these people wanted to leave. So that is a possibility as well. These people wanted to leave. Maybe they didn't want to leave forever. If you have any type of inheritance or something like that, and it's already in a trust or whatever, you could essentially borrow more money or work that out with your family, however you have that worked out to pay off your mortgage and then be able to move. So am I saying that anyone was malicious with this? No. But am I saying that it is very suspicious because you're also keeping the home? Yes. And then when you also talk about the fact that there's a bunch of LLCs that we're about to talk about here, it doesn't make any sense. Marsh, I'm sending you a quick message. Okay. So, moving on. Some people were not inducted last week, and it shows. What is going on, everybody? I don't know. Wait, hold on. This one right here. I actually had someone call me a conspiracy theorist the other day, and I would really like to know what I have said at any point in time that has not been something that I pull up a document with or something that I'm proving why I think that, or just reviewing simply what is on the paper. I do agree. Honesty is something that people have a really tough time with. Can you be honest and be kind at the same time? Yeah. If you're not being honest with yourself and someone else is being honest with you, bro, you're going to have a problem with everyone. So, you know, I don't even know. I feel like that's why a lot of people are very unhappy in their lives because they're not being honest with themselves. They're not being honest with their partners. They're not being honest with the people in their lives. And I've been in situations before where I was also not honest with myself. In the moment that I was honest with myself, I had this weight lifted off my shoulders. And I then felt again like a force to be reckoned with. So really embarrassing, but we're about to go down this rabbit hole before we, you know what? I'm going to finish this and then I'll get back to this. Someone remind me of this because it's a story before I get into the next one. Okay. Oh, Marsh just zoomed way back in. Now I'm lost. Someone send me a flight to a tropical destination. I need the beach. I need the world's glitter at my feet. Moving on. Marsh, I know I always joke Marsh is a Fed. He's definitely not a Fed. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Did I put the same one on here twice? That is so embarrassing. Guys, I could have just saved this brain rot, but thanks for bearing with me. We did that twice. Marsh. These are both the November 3rd one. I suck. Oops. All right. So what I will do is I will show you put the sharks on here. Thanks, AdFleet, for making me sharks. I like sharks. And I also wanted to say this is the document, and I will post this. I do have it on my X. Same username as here, no spaces. I don't give a dom. But basically, these are all of them on here showing it in order. And it has the dates on here. And then it just keeps going. I mean, there's a ton of them going on. And oh, you didn't do that shark? I don't even know where they came from then. Well, AdFleet did not do this shark, everyone. She did not do, wait, she doesn't have her glasses. She's getting them. She's getting them. She's going to see. I don't know if it's what Marsh did. How dare he said that? Marsh, did you do the shark? I don't know. Okay. Whoever did the shark, thanks. And then moving on, we have all these blah, blah, blah until here. Okay. And Marsh, we have like, why do I have it in a weird order? 2022. We have it on there twice. You put it on there twice. I did. I copied it again probably because I get worried I'm going to lose it. So I'm like, copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. So here you have the deed of reconveyance showing November 24th, 2025, and that's essentially when it's recorded. So I actually don't know then, going back, hope you took Dramamine tonight. If it says on here, so this does say Sherilyn Webb. I did find that a little bit interesting because I'm a big Whitney Webb fan. So whenever I see Webb like that, or Ian's website, which you should all go to, I think it's app.web.io. Marsh, you should put it somewhere so that people can go sign up. I really do like that because, Obsidian, I was trying that out. No, thank you. No, thank you. I hate Obsidian because it's just a lot of effort to get it. If they had like a template where I could just do what I wanted and not have to worry about the technical stuff, it's because I'm not passionate about it. It's just like, okay, I want to do what I want to do. I want it to be easier for me, not harder. So I don't know why it's like that. So I use different things. And Webb, WEBB, that Ian came out with, Ian Carroll, Cancel Ian Carroll, is an amazing website, an app, and I love it a lot. So also, this is the document showing that the last one was in 2022. And then it shows that it's dated November 3rd, 2025, and then it's recorded later in the month. I believe it's probably up here where we have it blocked out because I think that there was also some sort of mortgage paper and everything else. So, all right. And then moving on to review all of that. So basically, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of boring sauce stuff. Marsh, I did get that done in less than 2 hours. I did. But so there are essentially 7 refinances in here or where the mortgage is switching throughout this time. And I will post these on X if you would like to look at them with the address redacted because none of you should show up at these people's homes. I don't want people showing up at my house, so don't show up at their house, okay? That's just not cool. I would accept payment in sweet corn. I love sweet corn. And I do. I tried to grow it last year, but I put too many in the bucket. I put my husband was like, that's not going to grow. I said, yes, it is. Yes, it is going to grow. And it did not. It stopped growing. But I did have 32 tomato plants, and that was a lot. So I had every color of the rainbow, brown, black, purple, all of them. All right. And then there are a lot of name variations in these documents, which I thought to be really weird, but I also think that's why some people are a little bit confused that Tyler Twiggs is Tyler Twiggs when his name's actually Jerry Tyler Twiggs. But there are a lot of name variations of people when your father, grandfather, and son all have the same name as you, essentially. Middle names can make that easier as well. So that's probably why we're seeing Jerry Tyler Twiggs as the senator in Idaho, and then Jerry Douglas Twiggs, who is the pediatrician in St. George, allegedly St. George, but he did practice somewhere else. And then we have Jerry Tyler Twiggs, which is Lance Twiggs' father. And then we have JT Twiggs, which is also Jerry Tyler Twiggs. And I don't know if you call that Jerry Tyler Twiggs the 4th, 5th, 6th. I don't know, because there's even one in the early 1900s that poisoned. I don't know if that's in here, but there is a article. I will post it actually on X. And Jerry Tyler Twiggs in the early 1900s, I think it shows in 1910 and 1911, poisoned ice cream at a church gathering. I don't even know. And the news article calls them thugs. I was like, what in the who's poisoning? My camera is moving again. No. Okay. But I don't know who's even doing that. All right. So the name variations are going on here. And then we have all of the different companies going on here, them passing between. We have a lot of different dollar amounts as well. So like the lot is being purchased right under $45,000. That first construction loan is right under $234,000. And then they have that weird equity loan that starts at $100,000 or up to $100,000, and then they up it to $165,000. And then they have the refinancing that shows in 2009 for $223,000. So then it keeps swapping. And then in November of 2025, they owe nothing and are free and clear. Am I making an accusation? No. But am I saying that the timeline's suspicious? Yes. Because if you're going to move across the country, move across the country. Like, if you're going to, that's not a normal thing to do. A lot of people in this story keep moving across the country. I don't know a lot of people that move across the country and think, you know what, maybe I should keep my house over here. Might want to come back. I'm moving across the country to stay low key. So let me open a bunch of LLCs and nonprofits and also keep my old house. And then also have an LLC to rent out my basement in Utah. No, thank you. That's not how that works. Like, that's literally not how any of this works. If you want to stay under the radar, it's more like you're kind of grifting. Did you see all of that? They did, but then in November of 2025, it is the deed to the house, and there's not another one on there. I double checked this week as well. Rich people problems, Dom. I mean, it'd be not. I don't own my house fully yet. Do you ever truly own your house though? Really, with how that's set up, because people can just come in and take it. So, I mean, you do you, but I don't think we really own anything. Oh, no, it's totally fine. I thought the same thing, but it does weirdly look like there is not another. I could be wrong, and maybe they filled out a piece of paper or something so that it's not on there. But every other time there's another piece of paper that's filed with it, and it's just really bizarre with the timing and how it works. And then there's also a weird LLC that seems to be through Jerry with a basement rental type thing, which is weird. But all these people are weird. They should have that in their bio. I'm weird. I'm weird. I'm weird is what should be in there, but I'm also weird. I don't know what is going on. There's a leaf in the okay. The ether. The ether is an interesting subject. Okay. So, the loan amounts in the other refinances, or if you're refinancing to get a better rate, or if you're swapping or doing any of the things that are in some of those that do have the price, are not on all of them. So that's a little bit hard to actually tell that, not ledging any of that as well. So anything past November of 2025 is not on the public website, which is a little bit weird because in my head, if you were going to fill out something or have some type of exemption where your paperwork was not on the internet, it wouldn't go on there in November of 2025 either. So it doesn't really make sense at all. Another merch idea. I'm weird. I actually do have that on an idea. I think it says life's weird, but so am I. So that's the ether is an interesting subject. Goes back with I'm gonna stop reading this because I'm just gonna want to talk to you guys. Okay. So then moving on. We are moving off of this corn cob. I was on the wrong screen. This nice, cute little corntastic the corntastic timeline that my friend Marsh made me. Okay, so then moving on, it says Amy Twigs. Amy Twigs is not the only one on here. So I will say that there are a few people that are on here. I do have ideas to just talk to you about random things on a prison toilet, eventually not sitting and using the toilet, but okay, thank you for correcting that, Marsh. But also, if any of you are selling a prison toilet, help your girl out because they're like $1,000. The ones I was looking at are gone, guys. They're gone. I just want a prison toilet to put a cute cushion on it, sit on it, and have this thing where it's called like shooting the crap or talking crap. And I just talk about things and it would just be fun. And I would just sit here and talk to you about airplane etiquette, elevator etiquette. Like, what do you do? How do you feel about that? I'm wondering. The psychological op and join the chat. I don't know if I was reading the comments after the Ben Hogan thing and you guys did not like that, but we are putting together a deep dive on Ben Hogan after we finish tomorrow's show, because Ben and Lance have a lot of things weirdly in common with some author and penmanship they got going on. So prison toilets, I got to go back. I just want a prison toilet. I think that they're cool. I don't know. That will be what I have in here to remind me that, kind of in a prison, got to show up and pay my taxes. Got to do that because I'm not a Nepo baby. It would be nice to be sat on a yacht, but here I am in the corn. And anyone in the chat been to prison? I would love it if Ben sees that video and he actually would allow us to interview him. I would love to interview him, and I would love to hear him talk about his ventriloquism. I can't even say that, the ventriloquism thing. Okay. Getting back to the LLCs. because Marsh is like, Dom, it's over 2 hours. You lied to me. I thought I was telling the truth. It was an accident. That, as in the famous words of TPUSA. Okay, so we're going to get into these LLCs we got going on here. In the state of Texas, I went and paid for the actual documents or the search on here so that I had the filings. And my favorite one is their nonprofit. I love it. I love it. And there are no human Ouija boards up in here, so nobody has to get scared. Nobody go get your priest, throw the holy water all over the place. We're good. We're good tonight. Ben is only getting my camera, making it move every so often when I move my hands a little bit too much. He's telling me I'm going to catch these hands when I see him. I feel like he's like, you know, you may not catch me outside, but I'm going to catch you on that camera. That's what's going on. That's okay. That's okay, Ben. I have both of your LinkedIns. I would just want to know which one's true. So, okay. And I just read that comment. So the nonprofit that they have on here is the Faith and Family Foundation Charity. And then they have the Hollister Management LLC. These are all the ones within Texas. Then they have Roborn LLC. And then we have 2 Red Dirt Empire Incs. So we have the Red Dirt Empire Inc. and then the Red Dirt Insurance Services LLC. So they got all of them going on here. When I see this and I see the timeline, all I think of, yo, did they get the phone call from Lori Franzfey? Because they also corrected one of these names in the same month. And I'm like, what is going on here? I love the movie so much. Anytime someone says coffee, I say John Coffey in a very deep voice. I don't know what that means. I'm going to have to watch that movie. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I wish I knew. I'm not a really big movie person. I don't know famous people. Okay, so this screenshot right here that has the arrows over it, Marsh, if you could move those arrows. I'm in edit. He's going to get mad that I clicked that. The arrows are over Bree's very beautiful name of Amy R. Twigs for Amy Ruth Twigs. And he's moving it. No, he's not. Oh no, the human Ouija board got him. Okay, so that's cool. All right, on Open Corporates, Bree provided this screenshot, so I wanted to put her username is right here. On X, it's Miss Legends Bree. She's amazing. We have Amy R. Twigs in March showing these LLCs, and again, Open Corporates is a good place to start to look. Open Corporates is not where you trust your information. It pulls from other websites. You can't believe that at all. It's like arrest websites. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if someone got arrested by somebody having something out for somebody or something. You just got to be careful about that. We could have a movie night with popcorn. That sounds good, guys. But they really like that red dirt, and they really like naming things after things that they apparently do not want public, but they keep putting it out there. So this is not my fault. This is public information. And again, we did redact the copyright reasons. You can probably not stream a movie in the Discord or something unless, yes, Discord, yeah, but YouTube, no. Just so you know. All right. And so thank you, Krista from the 1900s. I'm also from the 1900s. People got to be patient with us. We're old out here. We are old. We're old out here. But getting back to this, I'm ignoring you guys for a little bit now. It's invisible. I'm joking. They have the nonprofit on here, and then they have 2 new LLCs that they filed. 2 in one in Utah. Red Dirt Empire is from 2022. So the new ones they have were, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So it's 5 in Texas and 1 in Utah. The one in Utah is Greystone Development LLC. I don't like the names they're picking for these because also, dude, like, why are you moving to Texas in 2026 and then calling it red dirt like you're talking about Utah or Arizona? I'm like, it doesn't make sense. It's like, if you're going to be undercover, be undercover, dog. I've never seen somebody do worse at being undercover than these people. So they would definitely not be good at stalking your exes. If anyone needs ex stalking, do not ask the Twigs, because I don't think they're going to do the best job for you guys. They're not going to do the best job. And they have all of these going on. The red dirt seems to be a thing, and then naming things after the places where they live, which is just bizarre. The companies that Amy is under in the state of Utah, and I did show these documents before, but I'm just showing a screenshot from the Secretary of State or Business Entity Search results on the state of Utah's website. This is public information, not showing a website, not showing an address. I talk too fast because people are talking about boulders in the chats, and I am kind of like Donkey, and I like boulders. That's a real nice boulder I see in the chat, and it's a beautiful boulder, and I like rocks. So you got my attention, Whitney, and you knew that would do it. And Marsh is not going to be happy. He is not going to be happy that you're talking about boulders in the chats. Okay, so we have Amy's weird stuff, all the Mindset Academy, flipping awesome businesses she has. Is she a gymnast? Is she a mental coach? Is she an insurance agent? Is she a real estate agent? Is she everything she can be? She's an author. I didn't see the LLC for that, bro. I'm like, what? You got everything else on here, and then you're putting your book under flipping awesome coaching? I mean, I don't know. Have a better LLC for your book, bro. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's like you have all these other LLCs. They're all in here, weird shells of each other, like the ocean, and we're just moving along. All right. And then Roborn LLC. So this is also in the state of Texas. The weird thing about these, because I did not want them to have my name requesting their actual, these are the actual documents, but if they did any other paperwork they filed that was weird, they don't even give an explanation for what these do. And I'm going to be really honest with you. There's only one of them that we found a website for, and it looks like Lori Franzwe may have helped them with it. That's all I'm going to say until we get there. But March 9th, 2026, we have Roborn LLC, and it's in Texas. Very boring. Says that it's in existence. Cool beans. That's all we got. And then it just says the name, Jerry Tyler Twigs. They're in Houston. Cool. Maybe they know Beyonce because she sings about Texas a lot. And then that is Roborn LLC for right now. I just moved my desk. My whole desk went forward, guys. But Roborn LLC, and then I'm actually, hold on, zoom out. I'm going to go over here first and then go back over there because I'm going to mess it up. All right. This is my favorite of all of them. So this is their nonprofit, the Faith and Family Foundation Charity. March 9th, 2008, they're forming this. So they're opening a lot of LLCs at this time. It's, again, just called the Faith and Family Foundation Charity. You see their name on it. You see that they're effective. You see that they filed it on the same day. They have their daughter on here. They usually call her Mickey, like Nikki, but with an M. She's a smart girl. She's a chemist. She's got a lot going on. She's very educated. She seems to have been in Texas before or on the property they already owned in Texas before then. Amy seemed to have a known address in Texas before. Marsh, is that a cat? And so I just did want to say that this is a nonprofit corporation, and it's March 9th of 2026, and it's the LLC. Their daughter's on this one as well. And very boring. I took screenshots of all of it. I was like, screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. I actually downloaded all these too, but just to be safe. And then here is the paperwork where they filed this LLC. And Jerry is the registered agent who is a resident of the state whose name is set forth below. So I also found that really interesting to be registered in the state. I mean, there's a lot of things you have to do for that. And if they're just moving there because I guess it's been a few months, but who wants to go to the B&B right after you move? I mean, I don't know. Is it illegal? Kat, few comments up. I just wanted to ask. All right. And then I don't think I should hit next on this one because, all right, I'm not. On the secondary piece of paperwork that comes with this LLC, I literally laughed so hard my stomach hurt. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. So it's a nonprofit company. It's a nonprofit company. It's saying, what's the purpose of this company? What do you do? What is the answer we get, guys, for this nonprofit company that, I mean, by definition, it has to do this? All they put is one word, no period, no sentence, no nothing. They put charity. So, what do we know about the faith? What is it? The family and faith? It is the Faith and Family Foundation charity. We know, guys, we know that the last word of their name, charity, is what they are out there to do. I don't know what type of charity. I don't know what they're supporting, what they're not supporting. Are they the charity? Who knows? But this made me laugh so hard because the place you usually see things like this is the FAR registry. I don't know why this hat does this in my bangs. But oh no, my hair's going crazy. But the FAR registry is like the only other place that you see paperwork filled out like this where you're trying to be secretive or undercover, or kind of be vague about what you're doing. If you answered charity on a FAR document like this for another country or something, I mean, it probably would pass because, you know, anything goes these days. But it was just so bizarre to me because as a nonprofit entity and everything else, it's a little bit bizarre. So I also want to know when they're in a year from now, I already have it on my calendar, like a creep, but I want to know when you file your taxes, what your EIN is and what this charity did for the year. So I'm ready. I don't know if you've already filed for that status. I assume so by seeing this nonprofit and everything else, or you started that process. But I am so excited to see what you did for charity for the year. And I cannot wait for this year to be over and to see next year what charity you partook in. I would just really love to know. It has to do with family and faith. So I don't know if it's like the faith in moving to Texas or what, but I'm here for it. I am here for that. And apparently we should all start nonprofits for the heck of it. And moving on, next we have Hollister Development, named just like the weird t-shirts we all like to wear growing up. And I did want to note in here, very boring stuff. Same thing. Amy and Tyler, I believe, are both on this one as well. And at least Amy is. I will say that. I'm getting a little bit congested, so I'm sorry. I am going to correct myself. For Hollister, only Jerry Tyler Twigs is on it as Jerry T. Twigs. I did want to know. So it's filed and formed on March 9th of 2026, but then it is amended on March 25th, 2026. It's really bizarre to me because you go from Hollister Development LLC to Hollister Management LLC. And I don't understand why you do that. I mean, it's like, does your name really matter that much at that point of what you're doing? Did you not think this through when you filed all of these LLCs around the same time? Did you like run out of names? I don't know. It's just really sloppy and it's weird to me. I will say you can, to be God's advocate here, you can file LLC paperwork on the internet. Okay. So another angle to this, and this is just me trying to think of all the possibilities, all of the threads here. Any of us right now could go and file an LLC. The Secretary of State and everything usually has to go in and approve it. And that's how it works unless you pay someone else to do it and file it for you. But if someone else can file it for you and you can have agents and all of these other things, that also means essentially if someone can pretend to have Discord messages and all of those other things, that someone could pretend and file these businesses for you. So in a weird way, if the slop was not something that we wanted to eat anymore, a really strategic way that people would try to save themselves or to have plausible deniability would be to make other people that are already suspicious look guilty of things. And you could essentially probably get away with filing LLCs under someone else's name. And these things do look really suspicious. So it's a little bit weird. It is a little bit weird. We will watch Holes eventually. I also think that's kind of a scary movie, a little bit at one part. So I might have to close my eyes. But I really love the difference in Hollister Development LLC. They are no longer developing, they are just managing at the end of March, whatever the heck that means. So they were developing, now they're managing. I don't know what they're managing because it also didn't say. It's very brief. It's I think I can hit next on this, but it was very brief and it's locked. So Marsh, if you want to look at that and send me a message if that is relevant, I don't think it is, but I just want I don't want to be cursed. Don't curse me. I see that. Okay. And then we have the Empire. Like the Emperor's New Groove in Texas. And on Red Dirt Empire, I do think it's really weird that this doesn't make any sense to me how this is actually registered. But so March 17th, we have Jerry T. Twigs, Amy R. Twigs, and then we have Jerry T.H. Twigs. I'm like, what is going on, brother? I don't get out of here with that. Then we just have Jerry T., the certificate of formation. But on this one, specifically, the state has Red Dirt Empire Inc. with the TH. They put an extra letter on there, guys. It's probably just a typo because it says Jerry T on this piece of paper that I have on the screen with the cool sharks. And it has both of them saying the T. So I don't know if, hypothetically, if the biggest donors for a certain company were all in Texas, or the first donors for a company were all in Texas, wouldn't you file a bunch of LLCs in Texas if you were there already? Because the property that the Twigs also owned before this alleged property, which I did confirm, and I do believe that they live at a certain address, is in southern Texas. It's not in Houston. So I know some people consider Houston southern Texas, but it's way closer to the border. So it doesn't really make sense to me that they would move all the way over there versus there. But the house looks really nice. I like your kitchen. It's a nice kitchen. And I like your courtyard. So there is that. And so we have Red Dirt Empire Inc. And then we have Red Dirt Insurance Services. So they did not leave the insurance game, everyone. They are like, you know what? We got you. We're not in Utah anymore, but Texas is big enough for all of our LLCs. And so we have the Red Dirt Insurance Services LLC. And I'm sorry that I'm not looking at you, but I switched which screen it was at so that I could move back and forth more. What is going on in the chat? Whitney, take notes. The dog's got a fart, Whitney. The dog's got a fart. I've never read something like that. That made me laugh internally and out loud. A giggle. March 20th, 2026, Red Dirt Insurance Services LLC has Jerry Twigs on it. He's in the insurance game. Boring papers. We're just going over it. I will post these on X. No, Dom. The dog does not have to fart, everyone. It just has to eat dinner. I read that wrong. I'm sorry. Totally future memory loss. I had prior memory loss. Fleet is giddy. I don't know why, but I would like to know. And they're both on it. Amy Ruth Twigs is on it as Amy R. Jerry Tyler Twigs is on it as Jerry T. Not that Jerry TH again. Okay? So don't put the... He's just T. Okay? He is just tea. The dog probably will fart after dinner. And if you are a dog owner like myself, everyone, it's the worst when your dog randomly farts and it stinks. I mean, it's like the worst. You get in bed, your dog, I'm like, oh my gosh. But you got to love them. They're just there. I love my dogs. I don't know what I will do without them. We have 2 girls, Callie and Quinn, and they are my babies. So, they are. And the oldest one is just like me, and the youngest one is just like my husband. And it's funny. And I love them so much. Callie gives people, I want to get a bed so that she can be in here with me. She's probably listening to me on the TV right now. So, Callie, if you hear this, I love you. And I want to get a bed so that she can sit and see what's going on here because she loves being up in my space. But she does this thing where she does the side eye. And when she has the side eye going on, she kind of has like the JD Vance eyeliner too. And it's just funny because she looks emo and she looks at you through the side of her face. And it's worse than anything. If you don't know her, she really does look like a wife that's like, you're sleeping on the couch. You're not invited in here. I don't want anything to do with you. Sometimes she does it when she's disgusted with you. If you like open the fridge and you're not giving her cheese, you're not paying the cheese tax. She's like, come on, you go to work, you pay the government almost 40% of your life earnings, and you're not giving me cheese every time you open the fridge, Mom. The side eye is insane on that one. So I really do not know what I will do when I don't get to see her anymore. And that is, I think I've thought about that since she's a puppy. Both of our dogs. Dogs are the best thing in the world. A study guide for the quiz. Listen, ain't nobody gonna get it right. I don't even know if they get it right. They had to rename their own business in the same month. I love dogs. He does have double eyelashes. I told Marsh this. It's not actual eyeliner. He has some condition where it's like double eyelashes. And so he looks like he has eyeliner. Allegedly. There's an arc in this story that gets, why is his hair? It's because I need to switch my hat. But hold on. Oh no, the adventure's off. I feel like my head looks weird without a hat now. It's because the angle that I'm at. Okay, we're back in business, baby. We're back in business, brother. Okay. Yes, I also keep a bag of Cheez-Its in the side of the fridge. And the quiz, I was doing the fun thing about cheese. And I shake it when I need my dog to come inside. And oh my gosh, the comments are wild. Guys, this is PG. I get scared easily. I'm joking. I would take the double eyelashes though. I would take the double eyelashes. Marsh, I sent you a chat, by the way. Okay. Moving on, going down this hole, we're going to dig another one. He absorbed his twin. That's an interesting theory. Never heard that one. He does have a sister. I think he has more than one sister, I'll be honest with you, but I will be more honest with you that in his memoir, he uses some interesting names and he is bizarre. I don't know. I mean, Leslie Wexner literally hosted one of his things before he became a politician with Charlie Kirk's help after he called him up after Erica Kirk married Charlie Kirk. And then JD Vance comes into the picture. It's a bizarre thing. We're doing a whole show on it. So it's not a deep state, it's a deep swamp. And I love I have his book. I don't even know where it's at. I'm really bad at names. One of my favorite politicians' books that he just came out with, and I don't even know the name off the top of my head, but he's the older, skinny, cute guy that says the funny stuff. And he's like, your mom lets you leave the house in that outfit or those socks or anything. And if somebody knows his name, please put it in here because I love that man. And what is about the asparagus? I am stop reading this right now. I'm getting back to these LLCs because keeping up with you guys and then doing this is going to mean I don't get to talk to you later. So then we have Roborn LLC, just a weird one. Nothing on here. Jerry T. Twigs, not Jerry TH, also in Houston. And that is the Texas LLCs. There is one where we will go over all of the Utah ones, just the LLCs and all of the businesses in the timeline, kind of like the corn one. Learning experience today, and I think I'll do it a little bit differently. And also the LLCs are not as boring as the mortgage documents. Also, like, who wants to even look at their own mortgage, dog? And we're like over here looking at all of theirs. Ugh, vomit, puke, barf, nasty, gross. I mean, as the guy on Theo Vaughn said, why would someone just not like build a house? Maybe we should all do that. We should build our own houses and we don't have the lumber guys coming after us for that wood. Like a woodpecker just like pecking on these liens saying, pay for the wood. You know, your contractor was supposed to pay it, but he didn't. So now it's your job. It's your job. It's your job. I would like some popcorn too, everyone. All right. So then what I have next, Marsh, I am going to go over to the tactical company. All right. I'm actually going to play something real quick and then we're going to talk about this. And I am going to message you, Marsh, if you're seeing this, because there's one thing I would like in that first little box. And I'm going to pull up this video. All right. Marsh, I hope you saw that. Otherwise, I'll just pull it up and it will not be as cute. That's what's going to happen. I'm like losing my voice again. What is going on? Okay. Da-da-da. That's funny. Ha 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 ha. Tomorrow night, I am so passionate about what we're talking about because it's crazy. So don't mess with cats. Truly. All right. And oh, I'm acting like you guys can see what I can see and you can't see what I can see because you're not me. What in the world? Why would I ever think that you could? Hold on. I'm going to pull it up. And I am actually going to, sadly, oh crap. I am going to hit play on this for 1 second. And I'm not going to play it for super long, but I'm going to pull up a clip from Candace's video because I think it's relative to all of this. So, stop screen. I think Marsh left the chat. Marsh left the chat. Marsh, where are you? Okay. I'm sharing. This is taking me a second. Boom. All right. Can you see who I watch? Baron. Okay.
What does that mean? What does that mean when you struggle with homicidal tendencies? What does that actually mean? Did I mention that he's running for the governor of Colorado? Good luck, Colorado. See you never if this man wins. Anyway, so what does this have to do with Charlie Kirk and Turning Point and September 10th? Well, I am going to tell you because Victor, like a stepdaddy, was allegedly interested in trafficking, particularly arms, over to Haiti. And he contacted a man named Corby Hall to get this done. Now, Corby, I'm going to read you his statement, and so you know exactly who he is. And it starts with, I, Corby Hall, am the inventor, the founder, and the sole owner of Fold AR, a uniquely positioned firearms development company that specializes in producing the most compact rifles that have ever been created. By way of my patented technology, Fold AR manufactures and sells full capability rifles that remain fully assembled and deployable from a standard sized backpack within seconds. Now I'm going to show you that product that he makes. And I will also tell you that he created this after a school shooting. He became passionate. He wanted to help school resource officers be able to have an AR that they could keep in backpacks, deploy them if necessary, but that would be unassuming if you were in schools. This became his passion project, and he created this unique fold AR. So let's watch this fold AR in action. Okay, you get it. Do not go away, because we are going to take a brief break before I tell you this full story. It's so insane. I feel like I'm making it up, but I'm not making it up. We'll be right back after a quick break. All right, you guys, right now.
I don't give a Dom. You found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
If I am not late, did I really show up?
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Safari hat on. Here she comes.
Event planning detective, searching for truth. She's a lot like Moss, she'll grow on you. She's just a girl with ADHD, educated in the cornfield, allegedly. Marsh clocking hundreds of messages in the AM. He's probably rolling his eyes, but y'all pray for him.
Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So bear with me.
In my opinion, allegedly. I don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn. I do. Speaking of, I don't give a damn. Did you ever put your story out? I'd like to read it or see it, watch it.
I'm back. I came back in the room. I was running, and I'm seeing this. You told people I went pee. Thanks, Marsh. Thank you so much for calling me out. I did not ditch you guys. Wait, what happened? What happened? That's okay. I don't need to know. This is not true. This is not true. Not true. No. But I don't know what happened. Did it start playing her ads? Great. It's still on her ads, everyone. 1 second. Let me take this away and put it on my face. Oh, wrong face. I am not Candace. I am not Candace. I'm just trying to get her the extra ad revenue for her. I am going to zoom past this real quick to play because I don't think it played
Function.
Give me 1 second. All right.
Again, that's NIMI Skincare. Kirk's been assassinated.
Okay. Back to business. Back to the business. I had to really pee. I've been drinking a lot of drinks so that I have my voice, as you can hear it crack. All right. And thank you for those of you that care. I have a medical condition, so I'm going to lose my voice. That's just the way it is. God bless me with a voice that he also takes away from me all the time. Okay.
I would say that's a dear friend. He writes that on or about December 1st, 2023, at the request of Victor Marks, Melody, my then girlfriend, who earned her place as COO of Fold AR, and myself drove from Texas to Colorado Springs to provide a demo of the Fold AR to Mr. Marks. Melody had followed Mr. Marks on social media for many years and noted that he was seeking the ultimate compact weapons system to use on quote unquote high risk missions. During our demo at his home base gun range, Mr. Marks approached me separately and asked if I would make a signature series rifle for him. He went on to tell me that he was exploring this as well with other much larger manufacturers, but that the Fold AR is, quote, the only one that makes sense. After the demo, Mr. and Mrs. Marks invited Melody and I into their house, and he proclaimed that he felt the hand of God on us and stated that he was told by God that an abundance was headed our way. During the living room meeting, Mrs. Marks identified a very unique connection between Melody and I, and she asked why we were not married. We responded that we would eventually get married, but that it was not a priority for either of us. From this point, Mr. and Mrs. Marks began asking personal and religious questions. The responses led into how the Fold AR came into existence, resulting in me explaining the story of how at 16 years old, I was briefly falsely identified as a person of interest in the Columbine massacre in 1999 by certain investigative agents. Once this was revealed, Mr. and Mrs. Marks went into another room for a few minutes. When they returned, Mr. Marks stated, and Mrs. Marks affirmed, that she had had a dream and a vision the night before, that they would be a part of a greater mission to protect children. And with the revealing of this story, it became obvious that the mission would be to help us to get the Fold AR on the backs of school resource officers around the country. Melody and I were in agreement with the Marx's conclusion that God was doing something significant, as the coincidences were too powerful to ignore. Mr. Mark then performed what he described as a retooling prayer on both Melody and myself, which is a whole different topic, worth further discussion separately. Now, he did send that retooling prayer over to me, and I do want to let you know that Victor Marks is effectively what he does is he pretends that he is going to summon and then extract information from demons that are inside of you. Don't know how he became qualified to do that. He tells you that he needs you to kneel in a circle. He says the patterns actually parallel practices that are found in occult ritual frameworks. He then confronts the demons in these prayer setups, and he demands that the demons tell them the truth about what God is trying to tell the person. So he commands the demons to tell them what God wants. Wow, that gives demons a lot of power. The demons are telling you what God wants. Anyway, I digress. Some months, following our initial meeting with the Markses, we released the Victor Marks signature series rifle at the SHOT Show in 2024. The Marks participated in the release, attending our show booth for several hours each of the 4 days of the show. On January 24th, 2024, Mr. Marks married Melody and I in his hotel room with several of our industry friends present. Some months later, Mr. Marks went on Sebastian Gorka's America First show with Melody to discuss the Fold AR and Victor's mission to put a Fold AR on the back of every school resource officer in America. While their All Things Possible Ministries did purchase 5 Fold AR weapon systems for Lindale High School in Texas, no further participation from their ministries was ever made or offered without explanation. In the late fall of 2024, Mr. Marks flew into the airport in Henderson, Texas, to tour the Fold AR facilities. During this time, Mr. Marks stated to me that he needed 50 rifles for a mission to Haiti, where he would drop off and leave the firearms. I responded that it would constitute illegal exporting to do that, so I couldn't help him. And I advised him to not do it with any other firearms as well. I also asked him the question of what good dropping off a bunch of firearms would do in Haiti anyways, with no material response offered by Mr. Marks. In October of 2024, Mr. Marks invited me again to his house in Colorado Springs, requesting that I bring a 1,000-yard capable rifle with a scope and a scope camera mounted. I then built the rifle and drove to his house to deliver it. Once I arrived, Mr. Marks explained that he was trying to protect an orphanage in Haiti. and that the team was already packing their gear to leave shortly. This must be like Haitian angels or something. Well, just a theme. Visions from God, godly visions. This is what God wants you to do in your life. It's giving Erica Kirk. I got to say it. Giving Erica Kirk. And the angels, obviously. There's angels that are involved. So now he needs the guns for the angels. I'll read that last line. Once I arrived, Mr. Marks explained that he was trying to protect an orphanage in Haiti and that the team was already packing their gear to leave shortly thereafter. He stated to me that long-range rifle and camera would be used to blow the head off of someone if they attempted to scale the fence of the orphanage. Then the
Okay, everyone. So to finish this, I have my shiny hat. I don't like this one as much as the other one. So we're working on getting hats made that are like the other hat that I like. Because when you like a hat, you like a hat. And I like this one so much better. But I needed to protect myself of the last few seconds of this video we're going to play before we start talking about Fold AR and the tactical companies that seem to keep showing up. So this is my present to myself for you. So those of you that wanted a present, you're welcome. I bought it for myself, but it's for you to look at because I couldn't just send you a hat. And it is my tinfoil bucket hat. So you're welcome. Working on it so that it's actually EMF protectant while we all sit and stare at the screen, later. But I was also telling Marsh we needed to make a blanket because I would love a nice EMF blanket that was like cute and comfortable and organic. So, gonna keep, hey, Amber, gonna keep going. And I have used that on my wife. I bought this for myself, but also for you to look at. That's so funny. My husband, yeah, I tell my husband that a lot. Yeah, he doesn't really do that to me, but we are on a tinfoil adventure, so I hope that you're ready. What? I was smoking a cig. What in the world? That's not good for your lungs, sir. That is not good for your lungs to be smoking a cigarette. You do you. You do you. But we're going to keep going.
video would be used as propaganda to deter further attempts by gangs around the area. As I usually do, I questioned his strategy and its moral implications, offering a different solution: simply use a watermelon. I stated that I would not leave the rifle with him if he was going to kill some random person with it. He eventually responded in slightly but noticeably annoyed agreement. He then explained that his team was actually going to capture or execute Jimmy Barbecue, the top gang leader of Haiti at the time, assuming that this would be.
I would also like to know who gave them the last name Barbecue, because number one, that is kind of a disgusting joke. Number two, barbecue. Like, what did they do? Make the barbecue sauce? Is that's where it's from? I'm gonna have to look into that. Someone hold me to looking into that, because the last name Barbecue, I know no one with a similar name. Are we going to have ranch sauce next? Are we going to have like salt, as the last name? I'm wondering.
The last that I would have to redirect Mr. Marks to the fleeting concept of what would Jesus do, I told him, why don't you just go have a meeting with the guy and talk? I then departed and left the long-range configured Fold AR rifle with him. Now, I'll have you know that Victor Marks does make it to Haiti. Pause here so you can see a news clip. This meeting going out to the orphanages, who's going to blow the head off of Jimmy. But this amazing thing happened. He actually was able to evangelize. It was an opportunity to evangelize some of these gangsters. Take a listen to this news clip on CBN News.
The FAA has banned U.S. flights to Haiti after 3 planes were hit by gunfire over Port-au-Prince this week. At the center of the chaos in Haiti's capital is the leader of a deadly group of gangs. After a visit from an American missionary, That gang leader is now pledging to protect orphanages and Christian workers. CBN's Chuck Holton has this exclusive report.
Port-au-Prince feels like a war zone. Gangs control the majority of the city and want more. Even so, missionary Victor Marks is still investing in ways to ease the suffering.
The reason I'm here in Haiti doing all this high-risk missionary stuff is a while back we responded to the urgent request of an orphanage that was under imminent threat.
Doing all this high risk missionary stuff. I would like to know. I think he did not mean to say that on air. High risk missionary stuff like this, and then to talk about what he's about to talk about makes no sense. He's after the barbecue sauce, everybody. Wait a second. Marsh, do you see this? Victor Marks posed with a katana sword over the cover of his book. And that kind of tells me everything that I need to know about him. Closer internal. This is closer internal to my show tomorrow. That actually has to do with the katana in this. So that's a thought that I never even... I'm not a big weapons girly. I couldn't tell you. I mean, a steak knife from a butter knife, I could tell you, but swords and stuff like that, I'm not really. Oh, wow. That is messed up, kind of. It's like, did you tell the family that's about to show up with the sides, bro? You got to let people know that they're showing up and that barbecue's no longer there. Is it unrelated? I mean, I think that that's something that we should show side by side with the just note that. Because I'm going to forget until the last minute. Okay. He's in Haiti, and that's a bit risky. I know people have been to Haiti. I don't think it's always been like Haiti has a very interesting, the Caribbean, the history in the Caribbean, such a interesting, weird history that's emitted from American education. So, Haiti and the Dominican have a weird. I'm a fencer. Oh my gosh. So, that is something that I have on my list to do in the next year. Is I already have the place where I'm going to take fencing at in Indianapolis, and I'm going to have to drive there, obviously. So I'm not looking forward to it. But I told people that I wanted to take fencing classes. And people thought that I meant building a fence in my backyard. I was like, bro, I'm not allowed to use tools. I'd like cut my fingertips off again. But it's something that I'm really excited to do. And my husband jokes because I asked him if he would come watch me. And he said, are you going to be with the kids? Because I'll have to say mine's the big one or something, like over there with all the children. But they have adult classes, so I'm kind of excited. And I need to sign up when it works with my schedule next. And I'm super excited to try it. And I grew up dancing, so fencing's really interesting to me. It's a lot of footwork. I like sports with a lot of footwork. I'm not a weapon, books fencing classes. I'm not a weapons girly, books fencing classes. That's funny. I mean, you're not actually like stabbing someone. You kind of are, but you're not. So it's, like kosher weaponry. You got to be kosher with the weapons. You got to be kosher with the weapons. It's just all you can do. And all we can do for Colorado is pray for them. They already had Erica Kirk balling it up. Now they have Victor Marks out there, marksing the place up. I love his last name choice that he went with too. Because Mark's in psychology. So, kosher weaponry. Everybody should take fencing. Oh my gosh. That's so long. Are you like a professional? Do I have a professional fencer in the chat? Because if I do, I have FOMO because I'm too old to start and be as good as you already. I'm 31. So, I am sad that I have not started already. And I'm so behind. All right. So I've never met someone else that does fencing. So I'm actually really nervous because this is me being a nerd. The reason why I want to take fencing is because the Parent Trap with the cute little twins. And ever since that movie came out, I've just always wanted to do fencing. And one day I got really bored and I started to watch fencing. And it was just interesting. It's crazy. And I used to cross train ballet to be better at footwork. I don't think people realize how awesome ballet can be in so many aspects of life. I used to work with a bunch of physical therapists, and some of the students and stuff would be playing basketball with each other. And I would get so stressed seeing some of their footwork. And if any of you guys are watching this that were playing basketball, knowing them stressing over your footwork now, you didn't hear that. Don't tell the others. But I was really worried someone was going to tear an ACL or something. Because you see how people are jumping and how they're lifting themselves off the floor, and just how so many people are not in tune with their bodies. And the human body is so fragile but so strong at the same time, that there's so many things you have to kind of teach yourself how to do to be physical. So it's just kind of weird. I can't believe people use sword fight to earn respect. What happened? Maybe we should go back to that. That is, I'm not down. Other people can do it. Would I be in the arena watching people sword fight? Probably not. I don't even want to watch The Wizard of Oz because the monkeys. But if people like that for entertainment, I mean, instead we have guys out here tackling each other in helmets and tights. I mean, the only reason that the NFL became relevant this last year was because Taylor Swift put Travis Kelce back on the map, guys. I mean, sports are dying. Maybe we should bring back fencing. We should bring back sword fights, going out to the arenas. I'm joking, guys. But I really don't like general sports, watching them on TV. I like playing sports. I think that's fun, but I think it's just kind of brain rot to sit there and watch sports on TV and be so into it that you're not paying attention to other things. But if you like that, you do that. That is all up. I'm not your judge. I am my camera. Okay. I got magic for a second. You know what happened? One of you put Ben Twigs in the freaking chat. Okay. You summoned the camera to do what it does. I don't know. As soon as you did that, my camera literally changed colors and started moving. So thanks for that. Somebody call my priest, please. I'm joking. Yes, go subscribed to Lance. Thank you, Lance, for coming. How did I miss that? Where's he at? I'm scrolling up. Fridge is taking over everything. It's about to get chilly because I can't even see Lance. Okay. All right. So we're going to keep finishing this real quick to hear his last comments and then talk about the company, Fold AR, and Jerry Twiggs Tactical Companies.
Of attack by many considered the most notorious gang in Haiti, the Mawaza 400. It broke my heart to think of the possibilities were if this gang attack to take control over that area.
While the orphanage was saved, a desperate population remains. Some say gang leader Jimmy Barbecue Cherizier is Haiti's most dangerous man. He faces sanctions from the U.S. and the United Nations. Entering his territory uninvited is all but suicidal. Yet when he offered an interview, Marks and his team quickly accepted.
He's truly fighting for reformation and some level of better equality, at least of opportunity. And he doesn't make himself out to be a saint, but yet, prayed with him. We got to pray with him. Here he is, hard for vision.
Pray you fill him with your spirit, God. Give him eyes and heart. Increase his capacity for love.
That is just amazing. Isn't that? That's just a beautiful story. Beautiful, beautiful story. Anyway, let's fast forward to 2025, right? So they're in conversation about this company. Now, in the first quarter, and I'm again reading in first person here, in the first quarter of 2025, Mr. Marks had offered to help find an investor for Fold AR. After all, he knew that we were just barely skimping by financially, as there is not much margin and a lot of risk in manufacturing rifles with a very saturated and volatile market. So yeah, jumping into 2025, he and his wife are wanting to sell this company. They're cash strapped. They're willing to make this deal with Victor Marks on essentially two conditions. The first is that the guns are going to be used for school resource officers. They wanted school security to be the primary and permanent mission. The second is that they wanted to have enough money, if they agreed to sell the company, that it would be enough money that they would no longer have to work. So those are pretty simple two conditions that they had. He tells us that as the stress of this had built up on my wife and I drove to Mr. Marks' house to discuss both personal and business related matters. When I arrived late at night, Mr. Marks and his COO, Chaz Yandel, he goes to Haiti, by the way, met me at the hotel. They were both wearing bulletproof vests. We sat down in the dining area, and Mr. Marks stated that he intended to perform another retooling prayer on me. I politely rejected his offer, advising him that it would be akin to me making an idol of him, as continually seeking deliverance from man is man worship. He appeared to respect my rejection, although later he would reveal his underlying reaction. Mr. Yandel stayed at the hotel that night in a room down the hall from me. Mr. Marks had a bodyguard near me, and all were wearing bulletproof vests at all times. I thought nothing of it, as Mr. Marks represented to me that they were just breaking in the vests. And I proceeded to train his bodyguard on how to deploy the Fold AR. I spent 3 days with Mr. Marks, where we discussed all sorts of topics, from biblical prophecy, end times, underground bunkers, marriage, salvation, and finding an investor for the business. As part of this, Mr. Marks revealed that he was discussing the acquisition with Sig Sauer and their top shooter, Daniel Horner, who Mr. Marks stated had received and tested the Fold AR and had given the thumbs up for Sig's involvement. He further stated that his accountants could only come up with a $2 million valuation, including the patent. Then he stated that he personally wanted to purchase 51% of the company. Now, while I did present some challenges to his proposal, I did not initially accept or reject it. I let him continue to try to sell his reasoning. At this point, I wanted to see where this plane would land. As he talked further, I suppose that he assumed that I was on board. As we were walking his track around his property discussing this, he then stated that the IDF needed my guns. I responded, "Oh yeah, that would be great. They have 3,700 schools." And I turned to him. As he stopped walking, he stated, "No, they need 50,000 guns for operations in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria." Being a person who usually avoids continuous eye contact, I dead stared him in the eyes, waiting for his response as he waited for mine. After telling his bodyguard to step back a few paces, his response to me was, "Do you know that I could whoop your ass right here and there's nothing that you could do about it?" I remained motionless, staring him in the eyes with no response while he was getting fidgety. After about 15 seconds, he starts walking again and he says, "That's why I'm never going to engage in scripture with you," which followed prior discussions where I had challenged his plans and his doctrine using scripture in the most respectful and tempered way. During that walk, I eventually reaffirmed to him that I would not be accepting an investor or a buyer who would not fully commit to the obvious mission of protecting children in schools.
What's a double dom burger? I would love a double dom burger. That's what I would love that. I would love that so much. So Whitney, I saw that. I just sent a text that said so wrong things. I really would like some food, and I did put in the chat. I could tell my husband wasn't listening. How rude. That I would love some mac and cheese or ramen noodles. Also, I'm saying ramen, but I actually pronounce it ramen noodles, or I did, but I've kind of pretended like what other people say is correct, even though it's not. But I used to say ramen all the time, and people would get really upset growing up. I also thought that the $2 million was interesting, and also the fact that Why is his accountant the one that's evaluating a business that he's going to buy and everything else? Like, does he have that paperwork? Did he see the patent? The other weird thing is with this patent that we're about to look into is the patent is a weird process, and it actually looked like it was canceled. So I thought that was a little bit bizarre. Okay. And Whitney, I think that is correct. I don't even know how you found that. 1 second. I am confirming this with her because someone asked for this. Oh, no caps though. Same thing. Yeah. He said he could not. I don't know. He said he couldn't get it finished. So that's interesting. Oh, wait. I guess let me send this to him real quick. You guys are just hearing me mumble. Hey, but did I say I don't know. I just did right there. So there is that. Also, I'm having FOMO because I did say right there. I'm having FOMO because I realized that Theo Von had his movie premiere and I would have 100% gone to that. So I've seen Theo Von. I went to his comedy like twice in the same year. And I don't even like stand-up comedy. I hate stand-up comedy so much. But I love Theo, so I went. I don't trust you enough to Google anything. Wow. You're getting hungry and Whit made meatloaf. Can we open up a fast food joint called Dom's Burgers? I used to work on milkshakes and Steak and Shake. I used to work at an ice cream place for 5 years, and I also used to make ice cream. I don't really like ice cream, but I do like shave ice with macadamia nut in the middle, and then butter pecan otherwise. So I'm a fool for milk. I just, the lactose gets me. And we got tater tots. It's like we're going to have Napoleon Dynamite mixed with that Shake movie. What's the movie about a shake diner? I don't know what that is. I want meatloaf so bad right now. And just like warm food. It's 12:10. I cannot believe it's 3 hours. Marsha's like, Dominique, you said it would be 2 hours. So I'm going to go over these real quick. This is Candace going into the end of it, but it's just all of Full Day R, how it works. You can go to her show if you haven't already watched it and watch the remainder of this. So it's kind of just the story of how bizarre and fake and gay all of this is. So I'm going to stop sharing. Wow, Marsh just got back. He left us and now he's back. I am iron deficient. Shave ice doesn't, maybe I'm iron deficient because I love shave ice. So I really do love a good snow cap shave ice. Okay, moving on back yonder to the corn. Removing this. Okay. And real quick, we're going to go over these before I talk about Jerry on his own show because he deserves his own show, not Jerry Pitts. We're talking about Jerry D. Twigs, Jerry Douglas Twigs. Jerry Douglas Twigs is the son of an Idaho politician. But there are some things that we found out this week, looking into this one company further, that I had no idea and blew my mind. So on this first thing, what I have here is an article from 1988. That is the year Erica France is born, everybody. Welcome to the world, Erica. But Dr. Jerry Twigs and his family have recently relocated to St. George. That's what this article says. And this is in the newspaper. He set up a practice at Dixie Pediatrics in Dixie Professional Plaza. Dixie Pediatrics, Dixie is a place in St. George. It says St. George right there. He has met all licensing and credentialing requirements of Dixie Medical Center. We welcome him to our active medical staff of physicians serving the greater Southern Utah area. His training. He went to Brigham Young University for his bachelor's and his medical degrees from the University of Washington School of Medicine. Where was his internship and residency, everyone? His internship and residency was completed at Phoenix Hospital's Associated Pediatric Program. Phoenix. Yes, Phoenix, Arizona. So not only is Amy Neal, who is now Amy Ruth Twigs, from Arizona with her parents, but Jerry was up in Arizona as well. So, what is going on in the chat? Okay, so what does he focus in? I skipped a page. Oopsies. So, certification. He's board eligible at the American Board of Pediatrics. His previous practice. So, Casablanca Medical Group in Mesa, Arizona for 3 years. So, he practiced for 3 years in Arizona before relocating to Utah. His special focus, general pediatric care, including this is what's weird to me. The very first thing for general pediatric, this is not geriatric, okay? This is not geriatric at all. The first thing that Jerry D. Twigs says that he is special focus in, general pediatric care, including prenatal. What? I don't even understand that. So I do get, it grosses me out that prenatal care is the very first thing on here for a special focus for your pediatrician. It makes no sense to me at all, and it's disgusting, and it's disturbing, and it makes me want to throw up and vomit. And I do think if you are someone that's younger and you're going to a pediatrician, so you're under the age of 18, do you deserve prenatal care? Yes. Should you put that as the first thing you focus in on your freaking article? Hell no, bro. I mean, who did you have ATK Media be your PR, dude? Like, I don't understand. I do not understand what is going on. So, prenatal care, routine healthcare maintenance, acute care, asthma and allergy conditions, respiratory diseases, attention deficit disorder. So I guess he could help me out, but he doesn't say ADHD. Pediatric and adolescent pulmonary. I can't say that. My camera just moved. Did someone say Ben in the chat? Someone said Ben in the chat. I knew it. And gastrointestinal disorders. So Joel, maybe he can help you. And adolescent care and counseling, ages 14 to 20. I'm freezing this so that you guys don't get road sick with me. Oh my gosh, no. What is going on with it? Okay. No, Marsh, the camera is going wild. What in the world? All right, I'm gonna try this one more time. I am gonna take this camera and literally just like you guys are never gonna see me again because I'm gonna smash this thing. This is like I feel like Ronald Weasley in the scene right now with Hermione where she comes in, pronounces the word right, and okay, all's good. The camera's good. The camera's good. All I had to do was mention another nerd that knew what she was doing. Okay. It is 12:16 for me, so I'm sorry that it's late, squirrel wifey, for you. I'm sorry. I told you. Oh my gosh. Okay. So then what we have, and moving on, road sick, car sick. I don't know. I was just saying, don't get sick because you guys are whipping and whapping back and forth. That's not even a word, whipping and whapping. Okay. So he's focusing in prenatal care, general pediatric care that includes prenatal. And then his oh my gosh, I almost said Philadelphia, and it's philosophy, everyone. So, philosophy of patient care. He's personally committed to providing individualized medical care in a prompt, efficient, and courteous manner. Some of his reviews say otherwise in Dixie Pediatrics. In a cooperative effort with general practitioners or his child's primary physicians, he enjoys providing for diverse healthcare needs of young children and adolescents, while acting as a resource for parental education. So I also want to mention in here, it does confirm he's born in Idaho. Already knew that because we got that politician up in there. Raised in Blackfoot and attending BYU. He's married to Christine and they have 6 children. So his oldest child's Tyler. That's Lance's father. I like how they put Tyler there instead of, the same thing, but whatever. Jeff, 10 at this time. So he's 2 years younger than Tyler. Then we have Aubrey, Tammy, Leslie, and Tina. It's a lot of kids. That is a lot of kids. What are his interests? Golfing, hiking, fishing, anything outdoors, said Dr. Twigs. So him and Tyler have a lot of things in common. Tyler Robinson and this man. And I find it interesting that you have 6 kids and you do activities like that when you only have 2 sons. So, not sure if you're taking your girls with you, but I hope that you help with the children. I hope that you help with the children. So, that says Dixie Medical Center. I also wanted to know, I love the triangle. I love that for us. I'm not going to say anything other than it's interesting that it's 3 triangles together, making the logo that is mainly a triangle. So, not weird at all with, the mom having like a triangle out of her and the dad having a triangle out of him. Whatever, bro. I did want to say Dabu also noted with this, and thank you, Dabu, for this, but Tyler Twiggs' father, Dr. Jerry D. Twigs, is a pediatrician in St. George, Utah, born in Ponticello, Idaho, raised in Blackfoot, Idaho until he attended BYU, and relocated to St. George about 1988, where he set up the practice at Dixie Pediatrics. So then I'm going to show these other documents. Road trip, Dr. Jerry Douglas Twigs, and he graduated from the University of Washington School of Medicine in 1982. And he works at St. George, Utah, in one other location. And he is specializing in adolescent medicine and pediatrics. And he's affiliated with the St. George Regional Hospital. So then it gets wild. Would you believe it if I told you that Jerry Twigs is a part of 435 Tactical LLC in St. George, Utah? Because he is. And I did touch base on this before. You cannot trust open corporates. Okay. You cannot trust open corporates, but it is good to pick a thread and run with it and then go to the state and get the actual filings where the paperwork is usually right there for you to download all of it. So if you're sloppy, like other people in this story, what you would see when you go to the Utah Secretary of State website and you're looking at all of this, you see 435 Tactical on here, and it's formed in 2009, and it expires the next year. That's not weird at all, right? And then weirdly, so it's expiring a year later, which is normal. So I misspoke, but it was last updated in 2024. I'm double checking that and telling you guys this right because all I can think about is ramen noodles and mac and cheese right now. Okay, it was. Okay, so it's a little bit weird because they are pulling the information from the expiration date, I think, of the filing. So I don't know if they're behind on their paperwork or something. I did show all of those screenshots before, so I can show those again. Somewhere else in the Jerry Twigs. Thank you, Chastity. Wit is popping. Everyone watch out. She'll pop you guys. I don't know what that means. But it's updated in 2024. So it still seems to be active, even though in 2024 they are dissolving it. I'm misspeaking all over the place because I am thinking about this warm mac and cheese getting in my belly. But okay, so this entity is dissolved, and it's weird because it says it's updated in 2010, but it's last updated actually in 2024 according to this. So there's a few things that could mean. Does that mean that they have some other form of paperwork they're doing? Did they dissolve it, resolve it, all of those fun things? I had it on the other thing and I don't know off the top of my head. So, Marsh, if you could look at that, that'd be great. It's okay if not. But I do want to say that this is associated with the Firearm Store LLC. That is not weird at all. Okay. So, Jerry Douglas Twigs, and you could say, Dominique, how are you so sure that these are associated with Jerry Douglas Twigs if this just says Jerry Twigs? Because people, when you get sloppy, you forget that on some things you put your full name. And when you put your full name, it shows that Jerry Douglas Twigs is associated with these companies. So, call that what you will. People should really realize the devil's in the details, especially when you're being weird, bro. Like, just pay attention, keep up if you're going to be doing weird things. Like, do it better. The world deserves better psyops, better maliciousness. I mean, at least keep the veil. Keep the veil. So, it's weird. It's weird. Whitney has turned into Kim Jong-un. She does not use the restroom. All right. So, I did also want to say with this, I don't know why it keeps doing that where it acts like I'm going to edit it. Oops. Marsh, get that away. How do I get that away? Awkward. No. Okay. I don't know what it's doing. Oh no, I'm editing on the Marsh is going to be upset that I'm I don't know what it did. All right, zooming in away from that. It's following me. You guys can see it, whatever. F5. I have a Mac. Not helpful. Okay. So, it has been said in everyone's absence. It's interesting. I think she probably does. Kim Jong-un looks miserable. So, the Firearm Store LLC is a FFL type 1 as well. So, Barron did mention a registered 1 entity that was a little bit weird, but this is a dealer in firearms other than destructive devices and also includes gunsmiths. So, what I would like to mention is we're going to talk about this for a second. We have a lot of weird things going on with these people, and they seem to be the same, but different if you watch the interview. So, the level 1, both of them are showing up. Firearm Store LLC and the tactical company, and it seems to be the firearm store seems to be under the tactical company, how I am seeing that. And then there was another LLC name that came up that was a little bit weird. So there's a registration, but we can't find anything for the tactical company actually existing, just so you know. So that 435 tactical company is really weird. And I also wanted to note here, how many people do you guys know that get into the tactical industry? I know 0. So, talk to a lot of people, know a lot of people. I know 0 people that have gotten into the tactical industry. And why is a pediatrician that is also focusing on adolescent prenatal care as his first specialty and focus as he moves to, St. George, Utah and opens up a practice? Why is he doing that? That's just weird. I mean, all we can do is pray for them. All we can do is pray for them. And why is he not on it anymore? Distance, I guess, distance. So, it's a little bit weird. We have Jerry Douglas Twigs. He's got a lot going on. Okay. So, I did want to show this name going on here. So we have a weird Jerry Douglas Twigs thing going on where there seems to be a few alias names that show up at a certain point. The problem is this is not credible 100%, but I wanted to note that we have a Jerry D. Fahmy, I don't know, weird name. I don't know how to say it. So then there's also a Jeff S. Twigs, and it looks like these other ones are Jerome. I don't know if his name is really Jerome. That's weird. or if he just used it on an email address, because Tyler Twigs also has some weird email addresses that we'll get into eventually, that weirded me out. And they're just bizarre. I don't know what's going on. Why is Lincoln, Nebraska coming up? That's not a normal name with the middle name, first name going on. So it's just a little bit weird that we have all of that going on. And Christine is his wife. It may be old, but I also want to note that the Utah address was listed on here. So that is what made me think some of this is correct. So not super duper. Why is Charlie? Why do you make that bigger? Oh. So the grandpa's name is even showing on the business phone number. That's what I was saying here. Whoopsie, it was small and I was thinking of mac and cheese because I'm almost done. So, basically Jerry Douglas Twigs is being pulled up with the phone numbers associated with that business. Okay. So that even confirmed it more for me, other than the business filing having the same name and everything. Sorry, I did forget, because this whole whirlwind of the tactical company has been a little bit weird and kind of like secondary. And then, whoops, if you don't like me hearing, but there were also the Jerry D. Fahmy on there, and that was weird. And then the wife was also associated with this report that was pulling that information. So weird, more weird, always weird. Now, these are some things that I want to make sure I'm saying this correctly, but I did look at the Google Earth, but Ember did find a really cool thing on there as well. And I wanted to give a shout out to Ember, someone that I know that also likes to go down rabbit holes. And she found this article. And Marsh, I need the second part of the article. Oops. So if you could put that in here too, that'd be great. But there's it's in my Discord under Jerry. And there's 2 parts to this. So Ember found this article, and it's a really interesting article in Arizona. So this is about Jerry Twigs, and I'm going to read it. And I need the second part. So I'm going to wait till the second part is in here. And I'm going to go on to these other things. I'm going to message Marsh. I hope you saw that. I'm going to text it to you, actually, just in case. Oh, already happening. We're going to go into it. Okay. Well, I actually don't know. I saw you put something in there, but I can't see it at all. Crazy. So I'll just read. Oh, nope. Yes, but not it. It's the same. Yes, that's perfect. You can keep that. But the one that says B2, Ember commented on it and said, I did not see the second part of this article. It is in the Jerry one. Okay. Sorry. It's in mine, and it shows this original one and then the secondary one. Oh, what is it? What in the world? Oh, he's making it bigger. Hold, please, as the artist cooks. What is this? What is going on in the chat, everybody? I don't even know what's going on right now. I'm up right before the panhandle. That's interesting. That is interesting. What? Hacking a cratch? Or a crack? I don't know what's going on. Okay. All right. Thank you. So, this article is in Arizona. I just accidentally ate a part of the cough drop and I just almost coughed and died. 1 second. Wow. You guys almost saw my demise. All right. Whew, my eyes are crying because that hurt a lot. Okay. So this is an article that Ember found, and it's a site of abuse disputed in a daycare daycare hearing. And one second. Okay, that was extremely painful, and I'm alive. Woo! All right. So, going into this article, my eyes are watering. I definitely had, like, you know, when you eat a cough drop and you accidentally get like pieces in the back of your throat? That's what happened to me. And I might have died internally. So, this is about abuse in a daycare setting and hearing being disputed. Jerry Twigs is the doctor on the case. So I'm going to read this article. It's not very long and wrap it all up. A doctor's testimony proves that the assault of a 3.5-year-old girl that allegedly took place at a daycare center could have occurred elsewhere, the center's lawyer contended Friday. Matthias Becker, who represents the Dalton Carson owner of Simon, says daycare center charged that the Phoenix police and state health officials failed to determine whether the assault could have occurred sometime after the child's mother picked her up from the center. Becker attempted to characterize the child's mother, Nancy Freisner, as emotionally unstable and said that the police should have informed state health officials that she might fit the profile of an abuser. Police failed to advise the Department of Health Services in the regard to the possibility of abuse occurring outside the daycare center, he said. Becker's arguments came during the first day of a hearing concluded by the DHS. So I would assume that's the Department of Homeland Security. And to determine whether the agency had reason to suspend the center's license after the mother complained that her daughter had been assaulted there. The child told her mother that an attendant at the center had inserted a piece of chalk into her blank. DHS officials closed the center February 8th as a result of an investigation that they said revealed that the child had been assaulted at the center, which is located at 2904 East Roosevelt. The DHS, which regulates daycare centers, also had scheduled hearings to determine whether Carson's license should be permanently revoked because of repeated violations of state daycare regulations, including improper use of physical punishment. Carson has denied the allegations. Becker unhinged his contention that the assault could have occurred after the child was picked up from the center by her mother on the testimony of Dr. Jerry Twigs, the pediatrician who examined the girl. And then this article continues. At the Maricopa Medical Center. Maricopa Medical Center? Guys, what the heck in heck? Who was in Arizona before Erica Franceville was born in Ohio? There were some people that seemed to have addresses in Arizona around Maricopa, before Erica moves to Arizona. That's so weird. So, yeah, the thumbs up had me out. Marsha's out there trying to make sure I don't get messed up, because I'm trying to think of a word and I'm like, oh no, what do I say? Indigo or violet or purple or something random. And that doesn't make any sense. So Twigs testified that the redness and scratch in the child's blank area could have been between 8 and 12 hours old when he saw her at about 11:30 p.m. on February 7th. Okay. So keep that in mind. He saw a child that had been assaulted at daycare, is what the allegation is, at 11:30 p.m. at night. 11:30 p.m. So he doesn't have Dixie Pediatrics nightlight in Arizona. Like, what's going on here? Why are you seeing a patient at 11:30 at night? I mean, it just doesn't make sense unless we're at a hospital, because this is also saying Maricopa Medical Center. So the child's mother, who clenched her fist and cried during her testimony, said she had picked her daughter up at the center at about 5 p.m. that evening. She said her daughter complained that her blank area hurt when she got into the bathtub at about 7 p.m. and told her mother that a female teacher had put a piece of chalk into her blank. Twigs said his February 7th examination of the child did not show that the child's blank had been disrupted. But he said an examination a week later, in response to the mother's fear that her child had a blank infection, showed that the blank had a well-healed disruption. Fraser said that she had not turned Fraser said she had not returned her child to Simon says after the incident allegedly occurred there. She testified that since the incident, she has quit her job and taken care of her daughter herself, except for the occasion when she left her with 3 male friends. I thought that that was so interesting that that's in here. It's like, that's also very vague, and it's really weird to kind of paint this mom as this. We obviously were not there, but it's really bizarre, because are those 3 male friends like family male friends? Did you leave that part out? It's just a little bit weird. Um, and then, so during his testimony, Twiggs said that he believed the child's story about where the incident allegedly occurred and called the child. So it's weird, because he's saying he believes the child's story about where the incident allegedly occurred, right? But then it says, and called the child uncommonly reliable for her age. So he's calling her reliable after he's saying that the timeline doesn't add up before. And then he said she never deviated from her story, that a teacher had put chalk in her blank. Phoenix Police Detective Michael Wellis, who interviewed the child at the hospital, also testified that he believed the child's story, but he said he found it odd that a female would do this particular type of incident to another young female. The hearing is expected to resume on Monday. So I also wanted to know, brain fart, but brain thought, it is at the hospital, so that makes more sense at 11:30. I will say, but it's also really weird that, like, the police officer is like, I can't believe a woman would do this. Well, abusers don't really have a type of stuff. Oh my gosh, Ember. Ember is groundbreaking news. Groundbreaking news. So Nightlight Pediatrics, before there was Nightlight Clinic, was founded in Arizona per their website, and we had no idea. Ember had no idea why, but now it makes total sense. And it is a different entity with locations, and these locations are in Texas and Florida, but the exact same premise. After hours urgent care as late as midnight originally. So thank you, Ember. That is something I want to dive into for if I dive into Jerry in his own little segment. But I am not saying anyone is guilty of anything particularly, but I do think it is a little bit bizarre that we see this guy on a tactical company associated with the other thing with the tactical company. We see this type of investigation services that he's offering, a pediatric place. The prenatal care is a focus for being a pediatrician. And then also, not only that, but he also has some FDA agreement and is testing vaccines and stuff. I mean, doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. It's weird. But on here for 435 Holdings, there are a few other companies that were really interesting, and there's also a Dixie Commercial Services. in St. George, Utah, and it's associated. The address that it's at is with several other LLCs with the same of the few officers. And Ember noted that her favorite is Brown Chicken, Brown Cow LLC. I will note, Ember, it is really weird because I think they also had that Twigs Farm LLC that was really weird. So it's just a little bit bizarre that you're also into farming. Like, these people just do it all, everyone. We all need to get together and just be better and accomplish more so much that we forget some of the things that we did. All right. So thanks for the underline, Marsh. So there's also a director, Scott Carlson. His address on the 4 through 5 holdings entity is Tinfoil, St. George, Utah, in the midst of the Monarch Storage Center. Oh my gosh, that makes so sense. That makes so sense, everyone. I did notice Monarch because of Project Monarch and the CIA reading room. So this is weird. So we're going to get to this in just a second. There is a Monarch over there, and Monarch is the storage center. So there's also 459 Farms or something, but I think I'm not confident. Wow. That makes more sense. The 459. Maybe that's where Lance gets the 369 usernames sometimes. I mean, 369 though isn't it can't be their area code. Maybe it is where they're at some point, but I think it's like that rap song. 369, dang you fine. One more time. Get low. Get low with the memory so that you don't remember your LLCs that you filed to the window. Okay. Anyways, moving back to finish this very boring, dense show of 3 hours and 40 minutes that's gone over. Ember, I thought the same freaking thing because, Ember's saying maybe he loves to secretly dox his location. They literally are naming things like their addresses and stuff. It makes no sense. It's just wild. It's wild. The tinfoil hat looks great beside the foil redaction. Thank you. I was worried it wasn't going to come. It's kind of crinkled. It came literally as I was sitting here. My husband opened it in the box. The Amazon box is right over there. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. Thank you. Okay. Going back because we have screenshots of some other things. So the Monarch business is at the other location with the bathtubs. Really weird. And that is really interesting because I also noticed that some of the addresses in Arizona were doing this to me too. So the Washington County Assessor's Office would not let Ember search for information about a particular address. In this building, Ember was seeing Western Arms and Ammo Company, LLC, Dead on Ammunition, and Not Today Armory. Additionally, it is home to Big and Bulky Movers, LLC, and then in 2020, Safe Vault Moving Installation that had Benjamin Crooks and Nathan Carlson on it. That last name Crooks is really weird. So, yeah. So, mouse. My mouse is over there. Okay. And then the Western Arms and Ammo Company is there from 2012 to 2022. They once had a website. It's been deleted. And we have this information here. So the Wayback Machine. Let me see if I can. Oh, awkward. How do I? All right, let me open that real quick. I have a captcha coming up. You guys are going to see me do it. No, I didn't share it. I caught a wild Pikachu. Joking. All right, let's see if it pulls it up. All right. So this is the Wayback Machine on this one right here. They have quality ammo for you. You don't want to be short on ammo, especially in this day and age. What does that even mean? Amy, thank you for coming. We're going to be back tomorrow. We're almost done. We were wrapping things up and I'm losing my voice. I almost died eating a cough drop. I have like 5 more all right here, but I'm not daring myself to eat another one because it broke up and stabbed my throat. So it was my fault, but I'm blaming the cough drop. Faulty cough drop. So it's interesting, that it's there and then it says 2023 LLC on here. And that's what we got. It's like, what is going on? So then I bet this one's not going to let us. You guys are on an adventure. Oh, yeah, this is nice. This is nice. The pictures are so beautiful. I love when the Wayback Machine does this. I don't know if you guys ever get here and have this happen. So annoying. But it does happen sometimes with the way that it works. And I'm grateful even that we are able to look at websites like this and pull them up and see what's going on. So it's interesting for sure. I'm going to go back over here. All right. And then the other one that we have on here. So we looked at the Western Ammo and the archive machine. Not Today Armory allegedly specializes in gun safety. It's listed from April 2019 to April 2020. So they only focus on that safety for a short period of time. There's a Fort Capacachuca. In my heart, the Fort Capacachuca is when you go to have to fill a capacacha out to get a really good document on the and it is, yeah, I can't say captcha in the moment, so I say capacacha, and it's a thing now. It is. I'm sorry that I confused anyone with saying that because it does kind of sound weird, so I should probably stop doing that. You are correct. All right. And then Not Today Armory is for a year. And then we have Dead on Ammunition from 2013 on. And it is a designer of highly accurate ammunition. And we have Brian Mortison, the director, and he is also the director of Emergency Tactical Solutions, LLC, in New Braunfels, Texas. Everyone, New Braunfels, Texas. That's not weird at all. And is a member of Desert Viking Ammo LLC from 2016 to 2017 in St. George, both being located at residential homes. And we cannot find an online presence of them. Ember was looking at that. So it does look like a physical store existed for Dead on Ammunition, but its Facebook page goes quiet in 2018, making Ember wonder if it's closed. So weird. Yeah, I have been, now I'm going to say it right and wrong each time. I'm sorry, Krista. You got to be patient with us from the 1900s. Sometimes we're out here saying Raymond, ramen, who knows? So we got a lot of weird ammo. We have a guy that does it all. And this is also Jerry. So Dr. Jerry Twigs is a doctor relocating. And this is an article showing that Dr. Jerry Twigs has relocated his practice of pediatric care from Mesa, Arizona to the Dixie Professional Plaza. This is a public business address who he no longer works at. He retired in November of 2025, the same month as that mortgage thing. So nobody show up there. Do not do that. Twigs is a graduate of Brigham Young University, of Washington School of Medicine. And after completing his pediatric residency at the Phoenix Hospital Association, he joined a large medical group in Mesa for 3 years before relocating to Southern Utah. And he and his wife, Christine, have 6 children. How wonderful for them. Okay. And then these photos are wild. So Monarch Storage and then ammo. All it says, ammo. Just take that in. Take that in. All right. Take that in. And then it does say Ammo Western right there. But what weirded me out is that the sign on the street is just ammo. I don't get that. I would never pull in there. That would freak me out. It's like a fireworks store. And then we do have dead on ammunition here. It's like, why do we have all these right here? What's going on? Who's this guy? We got you pictured, sir. The Google's got you pictured. Is this your truck? Maybe it is. I don't know. You got a weird hubcap going. That's not a hubcap, but that's a weird rim wheel. I don't know. It's weird. I like the color, not the wheel. Not the wheel. And it's just weird. You got guys in trucks, ammo, weird businesses, and the storage. What are you storing? Someone should look up if any of those files that are in the DOJ website, where the Jeffrey files are all released at, if any of the storage units were in St. George, Utah, where some of those physical units were at. That would be really interesting. Yeah, he's a boss boy. I mean, we have so many bosses. I don't even know who takes orders from who in these families, because it's like, how would you know? You would forget who's in charge of what. I don't even know what you would do. And then this is a picture of the Rowdy Range Armory and these businesses over here, and then the storage company. So it's a little bit weird. It's like, why do we have this here? What's going on at this storage company? I would like to know, because it also did look like right here, we almost have, I think this is shipping or something really weird. So just a weird conglomerate of businesses together. I guess all ammo sticks together. It's kind of like girls, we them girls. We go to girls do things together. I don't know any men that are like, you know what, let's go to the bathroom together. But girls, sometimes we do that. All right. So I wanted to go over those things because I thought it was really weird with the other LLC that popped up today. And the reason why any of that happened, I don't even think I have it in here. Is it this one right here? So it's not in here, but there was an LLC that popped up for me today that is called Saints Tactical LLC. So it was a whole nother one in St. George that at one point was affiliated in some way with Jerry Twigs. Take that with what you will. That is according to the internet that was pulling that information. When I tried to go look in Arizona and Utah, was not letting me. I thought that was weird. I was annoyed. I was very annoyed by that. And so we are going to go back to Fold AR, which, you know what? I feel like I'm just going to briefly touch base on it because I'm exhausted. I'm sure you guys are too. I feel very low IQ right now because I'm still wanting mac and cheese. So I went into a few things when Candace spoke about Fold AR. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up is with the tactical companies and everything else. I do think it's a little bit bizarre, but Fold AR is actually registered in the state of Texas, just like the Twigs LLCs. So again, if you needed a patsy, Marsh. Okay, thank you. You're the best, Marsh. So Saints Tactical Supply LLC is what was pulling for me today. And I think it is maybe something that was doing business as the original 435 or whatever it's called tactical company, because it's not pulling up on things, but I don't know if I was just messing up the CAPTCHAs or the CAPTCHAs. So it's just a little bit weird. And then we go to Texas. And when we go to Texas and we look at Fold AR, we see that it is formed in 2022. And then they're doing an amendment in 2023, public information reports in 23 and 24. And then they're resigning a registered agent in 2026. Not weird at all. March 6, 2026. 3 days before those other LLCs are filed. So Fold AR LLC on here, the May 4th, 2023 one. It has the amended name. And that is on here. Marsh, is that going to let me go to the next? Yeah, will. I wanted to make sure I had it right. Okay. I'm going to ignore that. That's okay. So yeah, they did update a resignation of a registered agent in March 6th of 2026. So I'm going through these real quick to make sure. But I did want to mention on their website, this is also confirmed. They do abbreviate it. They try to be a little bit sneaky with it. But the managing member, which is basically they seem to be sometimes doing business as or associating these one under the other, which I thought was really bizarre because I was looking up their cage code and military reference for any contracts and stuff. Is East Texas Machining and Manufacturing LLC. So you'll see it on the website, and this is also located in Tyler, Texas. But as you look through, because I don't think it has the registered agent resignation, because that's 2024. I think that one was not available on the website. So it was not. It was not. Yeah. So when you look at it further, on the even like the September 1st, 2022 one, they don't have a name provided and the address isn't provided. That's weird. That's not really how that works. So, I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're all winners. There ain't no losers here. Not with any of us. Okay, and then September 1st of 2022, again, it's having it on here with nothing. And then a lot of these had not the correct information you would look for in a filing, especially one that's not brand new. And Fold AR LLC is on here in use. But you do see Corby Hall, Melody Douglas on here, and I almost feel like it was kind of on purpose with some of the things that have came out with why it was a little bit harder to find the information. So then you go and look at their Google reviews, and they are responding to them. Some of the things are good, some of them are bad. None of the reviews on here are like Jerry Tyler Twigs and Dixie Tubbs. They're not going to say, oh, this thing will change your entire life and your tub will come back to life and grant you 3 wishes in a bottle. That's not what's going on here. But it seems to be pretty good product. Apparently, I wouldn't know because I'm not really like into this stuff. I don't care if you are, but it's just not me. And we have it redacted on here, but here are some pictures from their website with tinfoil over the weapons. It's a nice one. It's a nice backpack. Look at that cute little soldier. What's that be? Boston White Sox? I don't know. So then we have this compact fold AR. I did want to note, I do think this view of it is really interesting for a lot of reasons, but I don't want to come to conclusions with theories that I have because I'm not a complete. Oh, this was right here the entire time. Whoops. So East Texas Machine and Manufacturing is ETM, and why would they not have the full name? That is correct. And then the correspondent Krista Weber Powell is the correspondent in the U.S. Postal Office, and I do have some of those over there. But I also wanted to mention up here looking at open corporates as well, which led me to figuring out where the heck this is. So Fold AR is still active in East Texas Machining and Manufacturing. And it's a little bit weird because that has been around a little bit longer than that. And then alternative names that are coming up with this as well are H Manufacturing LLC, Brazos Valley Manufacturing LLC, Brazos Valley Machining, East Texas Machining, East Texas Machine and Manufacturing, and Fold AR. And then the inactive one is Fold AR LLC as well. But I did also want to know New Zealand is one of the places where this company seems to also be, and the Bahamas. I thought New Zealand was very interesting with the Valhalla comments. So I thought it was just really weird. I'm like, what is going on? So as you can see here, The last time I did this with China, I think my computer got super messed up. But I went to like the Chinese business entity website and I was trying to look up the official paperwork. Don't do that. It's really hard to get the translate. I'm like getting so sleepy. It is really hard to get the translation to work properly, and it messed up stuff. It was a mess. So don't do that. That's bad. Bad news. Bad news bears. But we do have that LLC right there. And then we have the East Texas Machining and Manufacturing in Texas as well. And this is where you can see the alternative names that are used. So like doing business as or companies under the main company, you know? You dig what's going on? It's a shell. Like me when I live by the ocean. Okay. I'll be a shell of joy and happiness. And like when I eat this mac and cheese. Then this is the one in New Zealand. And I thought it was really weird because this one's in 2007. And also it says limited. So are you buying the patent there? That's something I think it's a thread that someone could pull on or that someone else may find interesting to be like, wow, I didn't think about that. And then, you know, is the FBI area or any of that stuff in New Zealand? Anything with Fold AR Limited popping up? I don't know if you're from there. What do you have going on? You know, I would like to know. Also, let me come visit because I'd love to be there. Okay. And then the one in the Bahamas dissolved. That's what we got going on. It's weird, a lot of weird stuff. This is the ETM LLC doing business as that it actually has on their website. So this is from the Fold AR website, and I screenshot it this week. And it's talking about the jurisdiction and where it's at in Rusk County, Texas. Fold AR may revise the disclaimer anytime on their website. It says ETM LLC DBA Fold AR. And then it also says Henderson, Texas. So my thing that's really weird to me, why are you updating October 22nd, 2025, September, October, September, October, September, October, September, October? How often do you update your website? Got questions. Who was updating it? Like, did someone else? I don't think anyone's malicious, but I just thought it was really weird that the date is on there too. It's just a kind of a bizarre thing. And what the heck are we doing in New Zealand? The Fold AR business. I'm like, why is that over there if it's in Texas? It doesn't mean, are they manufacturing it over there? And why is it over there in 2007? Fold AR Limited. Why is that there? So ETM LLC is doing business as Fold AR in Henderson, Texas, and it's on their website like this. That it equates to East Texas Machine Manufacturing. So it's weird. It's all fake and gay. It's like, what is going on? And I'm only saying that as a quote. I'm not saying that to be offensive. I have nothing wrong with what you choose to do in your free time that does not disturb me in my life. Okay. ETM LLC. We have one in New York. So these are some other things I thought were interesting. ETMM Partners LLC in Virginia. Only lovers in Virginia, apparently. I only know that from Ari's season of The Bachelor. So interesting. Tyler did his mission in Colombia, from what I understand. So Jerry Tyler, Lance's father, was in Colombia. I'm not sure Amy did one because I didn't really see her stuff. She had a full ride to Stanford for gymnastics. So she was up in Silicon Valley, and I'm not convinced she went on a mission. Oh, thank you for coming, and I hope that you fall asleep. Thank you actually for the second half of that comment. I am about to also go in the other room and pass out. And I have so much to do for tomorrow, but I need sleep. So thank you if you're still here. ETM Generations LLC. Also on here, this one's in North Carolina. Where are you at? I always get North and South Carolina confused. Sorry if you live there. I just get them confused. It's incorporated in 2022. And I was just briefly going over those things because I thought it was a little bit relevant that we seem to have shells within a shell of a shell of a shell of a shell. We out here by the beach. We buy a bunch of beaches, everybody. So we have the world's glitter up on us. Whitney is still here. You know, Joel's still here. The hemorrhoids didn't get him down. And we are still here. I am about to no longer be here. So I wanted to thank you guys for coming. Thank you for putting up with me being late. I actually was planning on being on time. But as we sign off, I would like to say, to the window, to the wall. Oh, thank you. You don't have to do that. I do have an expensive coffee problem, though. And also 7 brew. I love a good 7 brew. But I get the energies. Thank you for coming. Oh my gosh. I do not want to put the thing about the sweat in the sweats, but I do like sweats. And Marsh is always talking to me about merch, but I am very picky. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying the third part. I don't have those. So thank you guys for coming. Hope you have a good, oopsies. Hope you all have a good evening. Tomorrow, we're going to need our tinfoil hats, and I'm going to need a new cord. You can see my other hat. Oops. I'm going to need a new cord for this because it really bugs me that my cord is out in the bottom of this thing. It needs to be in the side like everyone else's. It bugs me, but the better one is this big one on the back. So I was going to get that cord, but I really don't like how it looks. It's just ugly unless I go like this. Then you guys see more of me and I kind of have to lean over here. I'm going to get, what happened? What did you do? I'm going to get, am I supposed to look at something else on there? Did I miss something, Marsh? I'm going to get scoliosis from sitting like this. Oh, thank you. We did. We're going to the windows, but we're paying for our windows and the walls. Everybody pay for your windows. Everybody pay for your walls. You do not want to lean on your mortgage. And I hope you all have a good night. And if you don't have a good night, I hope you have a better one tomorrow. And I'm going to put my adventure hat back on because I'm about to adventure. Oh, this is messing up. I have my hair's so messed up, guys. So messed up. This is better. This is better. This is more me. I'm going to go on an adventure to bed. I hope that you have the rap song stuck in your head. And this is me signing off. I'll see you tomorrow, probably between 8 and 9 p.m. Eastern to start. I haven't scheduled it yet, but that is the plan. I hope you guys like cats. I'm a dog person, but tomorrow we're going to talk about some cats. Bye.
I don't give a Dom. You found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So barrel with me.
In my opinion, allegedly. I don't give a damn.
If I am not late, did I really show up